Assalamualaikum, good morning. You have to unmute yourself, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Today,
Still
today
can't
I
hear you.
decided to use a different laptop so that you can have the background over there. Oh, you are by the beach with the wind and everything.
Oh yeah. I'm feeling like going to the sea, which I will be later, but I'll be going to Terengganu for the Royal Intervarsity Debate Competition, but I missed the final because the final is at 2. So I'm going to try to go for the Bahasa Malaysia, Bahasa Melayu final on Sunday. I've not been to the tournament for, I think, a good 10 years. So maybe, because hopefully I can push a wee bit again, even though the style might have changed a wee bit. But, not too much, it seems.
Maybe you can come and coach our team at City University.
Oh, sure, no problem. Trying to get people to speak with a bit more finesse rather than just the speed, because in terms of meta, quite high in terms of percentage. They count the points, but then again, if you're not delivering it in a nice enough fashion, then it will not be that palatable to those listening to the presentation.
True.
Okay, so I think we're just about ready to go. We'll give them a minute or two, Prof, because we have now about 330. I think last week's number when we started was a good almost 600. Yeah, almost 600. So we'll start in a minute's time, inshallah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ni hao, kale vanakkam, balo, guten tag, ohayo gozaimasu. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the third and final session of our wonderful online webinar for education and online, parenting online. And we have here with us our first presenter of the day, who has been with us since day one, the great professor himself, Professor Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan, the Dean for Grad School City University Malaysia. And he will be talking about something that we really need to look into, because at times we almost always would go to the one size fits all in terms of education. We have multiple intelligences, a lot of new ways that we have to look after. So what are these new ways that we have to add on to the what we call things which have not changed? Certain ethics, certain styles, models, frameworks have been there and has been in use since the days of Socrates and Aristotle. But certain things you need to change and cater, and you need to get all the educators as well as our students to be a bit more understanding in what is it that they have to do, what is it that they have to understand, ladies and gentlemen. So without further delay, I'll let him to introduce himself a wee bit more, but he'll be talking on exactly what is 21st century education. So I give to you, Professor Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Brother Saiful, a friend, a brother, fellow rugby player at Six College, also part of the Serdang Angels as well. We have a group called Lord of Serdang Angels or something. All right. I would also like to give a shout out to all our students from City University Malaysia. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Our students, as well as our lecturers, from the Faculty of Education and Liberal Studies. So thank you so much, friends, for being here, for bringing all your students to be part of this important event. I would like to start by saying thank you for this opportunity that was brought to me by Kids Our Future, who was set up by friends as well from our alma mater, University Putra Malaysia, University Pertanian Malaysia at the time. We believe that this is something that we need to do for the future of our children, for the future of our nation. So the topic that was given to me was to talk about 21st century education. However, as I was thinking about it, and then and delving into what to say, and I finally decided that it should not be 21st century education, but it should be 21st century learning. Because there should be this shift from education to learning. So that is what I'm going to talk about. I think I'm given about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes or so, but we will see how we go along. So I'm Amer again from City Graduate School, City University Malaysia, and I'm happy to be part of this conference, and I hope we could do more of this in the future together. So these are the things that I plan to talk about: learning versus education. What is learning? What is education? Also, what is 21st century learning? What is a 21st century educator? This is especially important for our students from City Graduate School, because you are going to be the educators of the future. You are the ones who are going to go into the schools, into universities, and make that difference. Because the most important thing is you want to make that difference. You want your students to remember you, and then remember you as that that person who made a difference in your life. I do remember certain teachers who made a difference in my life, and because of that, I am what I am today. If I may mention now, I always remember one English teacher who was very kind to me when I was in a primary school in Sarawak, in Kuching, Sarawak at that time. His name is Mr. Robert. I was in standard 4 in Sekolah Rendah Major General Datuk Ibrahim, Semengo Camp, Kuching, Sarawak. But I remember him because of his kindness towards us, the students. Then I remember another teacher that I remember well was our discipline teacher when I was in Form 6. But I remembered him because I was being very naughty, and I did naughty things in school. But the most touching thing that he did was this: I was offered a place to go to a teacher training college. Okay, this notorious student in school, and I went to see him. Cikgu, teacher, I got this offer to go to this teacher training college. I said, oh, that's good. Let me be your guarantor. When you want to go to teacher training college, you have to have someone who guarantee for you that you are going to behave and you are not to do funny things. So he signed that form for me. Someone who is very naughty, who is he even said the word, student yang paling jahat dekat asrama, the most notorious student in the hostel. But he did sign that form for me. So that made me what I am today. That decision by that teacher to vouch for me that I would be a good person. So I will be forever thanking him and for being that person to me. The Cikgu Osman Hanafiah is his name. But of course, in school we call him very bad names, nasty names, man this, man that, and everything. But he is that teacher who made a difference in my life. So that is something that we would like our teachers to be. You be that inspiration in the lives of the kids that you teach in your schools, that you teach in your class, and make that difference. The other day, I met a teacher to my daughter who is now in Form 4. This is the teacher who continuously helped my daughter to improve in her reading and everything. When she was in standard 1, standard 2, and all that. I mean, she still remembers the daughter, although she's now 16 years old. So that is how a passionate a teacher should be, remembering a student who was there, who was under her care. So that is the kind of educator that we would like to have. Also, I will also touch a bit on values and emotional intelligence. In last week's forum, we did touch about this, about values, and the fact that how important values are, how important our kids to be able to differentiate between what is right, what is wrong, the very basic thing. And also, I also touch a bit about emotional intelligence. And as you see nowadays, there are so many things happening around us due to many of us not having that ability to control our emotions. So that I believe is also something that we need to have to inculcate and develop in our children. And then the last point there is something that I met someone, although in a very brief moment, but he mentioned this to me. He said we should always be Khalifahs. You should always play our role as Khalifah. Although he's not a Muslim, he's an Indian. He said that to me, and that left a very profound effect on me after listening to his talk. But I did not manage to ask him a question, but I met him briefly, and he said this very important thing, which I believe we should also always remember. So this is the thing about learning versus education. Learning is something that is automatic, of course. We learn from the things that we see. We learn from the things that we observe, like what we were discussing last week. Our children observe what we do and they learn. Or we learn something through our experiences in our day-to-day life. So it is a continuous process, right? And is a lifelong one. So learning can be intentional. It can be also unintentional. It can also be conscious. It can be also be unconscious, for better or for worse. So it is something that is lifelong. So that is why I believe there must be this shift between from education to learning. So that every child has that passion for learning, rather than go to school, go to universities to be educated. This is the definition of education. It is something that is formal, that is conservative. It helps in the development of abilities, attitudes, behavior, practical values in the society. So that is the difference between that. Either you are educated, or you learn. When you learn yourself. So that is the thing that would differentiate between learning and education. So this is just a table comparing what learning is, what education is. Learning is that process that happens when we want to acquire new skills, we want to acquire knowledge through experience, study, or teaching. So if we read literature about lifelong learning, so you will come across formal learning, informal learning, non-formal learning, so many types of learning that can happen as compared to education, where you have to go through a systematic instruction process. You put yourself into a class. We send our children to school, for them to receive knowledge. So, and as teachers have to provide knowledge through systematic instruction, as compared to if we are able to inculcate that desire for learning in our kids. The thing that Dr. Ahmad mentioned the first week, he talks about the importance of reading, right? The importance of reading. So if we can inculcate that value, that habit in our children, they will be equipped. They will continuously read. They will continuously learn. Even the first ayat in the Al-Quran is Iqra. Read, right? So we want, if we want to improve ourselves, we have to read. There is no two way about it. You have to read and become, someone who is knowledgeable. So learning is a natural process as compared to education, which is a deliberate process where you have to, learning, guidance may be required, but at times, guidance may not be required. If you are a self-learner, you know exactly what you want, you know exactly what needs to be sought. This is especially true for students of doing their masters or their PhDs. No, you should not depend too much on your supervisors. It is you are the one who needs to be knowledgeable, who needs to know what is good for you, what is needed for you to do your PhD, rather than wait for instruction from your supervisor. Do this, do this, do this, do this. So that is more education rather than learning. So you must go and seek knowledge, right? As compared to education. Again, you have to guide. I wanted to give this example, but they need not, because there are some students, they depend too much on their supervisors that they cannot move. But you have, as a postgraduate student, the learning must come from you, not so much of your supervisor. Learning is elicited by intrinsic motivation, because you want to know, you want to learn, you want to be better, as compared to education, where it has to come from outside, extrinsic motivation. You want to achieve things, or your parents want you to do things, and so on. Learning is a lifelong process, like I said just now, as compared to education, where you can enroll in different types of education, primary, secondary, tertiary, and so on. So for 21st century learning to happen, right, it has to involve processes of developing learning, right? Developing learning. It has to involve literacy, developing literacy among our children. And it has also to involve developing life skills. So the classroom experience has to be this. You develop that learning environment. You want to ensure that your your children, your students have those basic literacy so that they can explore more, as well as life skills. So learning skills, of course, would involve critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. So these are essential skills to have if you want to survive, to adapt, to be part of modern work environments. So you have to be critical, you have to be creative, you have to work together with others. You have to communicate. There is no other way but to communicate with others in your team, in your organization. In terms of literacy, you want to have information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, be able to understand figures, be able to evaluate a source's credibility, not believing in everything that you see, because nowadays, the social media is something that is going round and round, and then sometimes you tend to believe something that is totally not true. Okay, and then you get into fights, quarrels, and everything. A good example is what we see in the US at the moment. It's a country divided. Half of them believe in Trump, half of them believe in the other party, currently Joe Biden. Right? But they are at two total extremes. Two total extremes within one country. So and then they tend to believe something that is totally not true, and they can go all out to defend this untruth about things. So that's the power of information. That's the power of social media nowadays. And then you tend to sometimes give up to see how people are behaving. So the ability to evaluate the credibility of a source, and understanding all those things, the motivation behind why certain information is being shared and all that. Then we have what we call life skills. Life skills include flexibility, okay, to be flexible, to be adaptable. Of course, if you want to do well, you need to have leadership skills. You need to have initiative. You do not want to be waiting for instructions. Productivity, as well as social skills. You want to develop your network of friends. One good platform is LinkedIn, for example. How many connections do you have on LinkedIn? Are you connected to the world? Are you connected to the right people? Are you connected to the people that you can learn from, because you want to be a better person, because you want to be able to contribute towards the betterment of the world? So these are all life skills that you want to develop in yourself, as well as develop in your child, so that when they grow up, they are able to contribute towards the betterment of the family, the society, the country, the world at large. We need to make the world a better place, right? And as you know, you see how much the world is suffering from the behavior of the powers that be, how certain countries are dictating how certain countries should behave, and how certain powerful countries are making smaller countries like pawns in their power play. So these are things that we need to look at as citizens of the world, if you like, and be able to contribute towards that. So from the point of view of a teacher, of an educator, so the 21st century educator, this is especially for our students from City University who are here, plus if we have students from teacher training colleges, whom I hope they also attended and be part of our convention. So these are the things that you want to develop in yourself. So you have to plan for the future. Of course, you need to be a master of technology. You need to be a master of educational technology. You should be adaptive. You should also be collaborative. I'm sure also you have heard about, from the perspective of Malaysia, we do have fantastic teachers who have been, even recognized at the world stage as great teachers. So 21st century educator should be lifelong learners, right? Should be lifelong learners who are able to do these things. In the classroom, teachers should be a relationship builder, right? Develop that. Should be a learner. Continuously learn. Although you are a teacher to the students, but you can also learn from your students, regardless on how small they are, how young they are. There are things you can learn. Be inclusive, right? You have to be inclusive. Get everyone involved. You have to be reflective. How can you be better? I remember when I was a teacher, there were things that I did. When I reflect now, I feel so bad for my students. You want to always be a better person, because nobody is perfect. People make mistakes, but you reflect and become better. A good 21st century educator is also a network. I mentioned about having relationships with as many people as possible. It should be an innovator as well, a leader, a storyteller. A teacher should always be a good storyteller. Even if one day you become the CEO of a big company, you should also be a good storyteller. A teacher should also be a designer as well as an artist. I'm running out of time, so I better quickly before our Dr. Saiful stops me. And I mentioned values and emotional intelligence. Last week I did mention about how the country is in such a terrible shape because of the leaders that we have. So, but when I met someone, he said the country is good. The country is good. It's the people who are not good, which is also right. So we need to instill the right values in our children from the very start. Instill in them. Look at how the Japanese are educating their children in terms of values, in terms of skills and everything, and they grow up into very respective. They respect people so much. I'm sure you have heard about how they clean up the stadium after games were played in the World Cup. I'm sure you have also read about how they clean up the mess that people left behind during in Mecca and all those things because of these strong values in them. So parents are the role models for their children. They always look up to you. Whatever that you do, they always think this is the best example that they could have. So be that role model, please. Be that good role model to your children so that they grow up and be that good person like you. I just want to briefly say something about emotional intelligence. The book to read is the book written by Daniel Goleman, where he talks about personal competence, which is self-awareness and self-management, and also social competence, which is social awareness and relationship management. He even went on to say that if you want to be successful in organizations, 80% of those success is determined by emotional intelligence rather than your IQ. So that is very, very important. And then the last thing that I wanted to say, the thing that I was struck when I met the gentleman, um, he said about, if we play our role as Khalifah, things would be good, right? Because we are given the responsibility to be the Khalifah on this world, to be the guardians of this world. So you have to act as a guardian, as a Khalifah. So when you are given that responsibility by God, regardless of the religion that you are given that responsibility to take care of the world for the future generations. So remember that we will always be held accountable for that. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would end by saying parents and teachers play that important role to develop our children into learners who safeguard the world for the generations to come. And it's something from Walt Disney. The way to get started is quit talking and begin doing. So we should start doing the things that we hope to do. All right. So thank you so much. Back to
Thank
you,
you.
Brother Saiful.
Thank you very much, Prof. You notice I did not ask you anything. See, this time around I kept quiet because I'm uh, preparing this question to you. Yeah, I was in an international conference for the last 4 days, and when it comes to education or any type of quote unquote stuff or good stuff to do for the country, people always talk about budget, policy. But in a particular state, because I cannot mention the state yet because we have not yet prepared the report yet. Uh, when we talk to them, what's the problem here? Budget? No, we got the money. Education? Yeah, we have a lot of education. How come people are not doing what they're supposed to do? It's easier to do what they've been doing than changing to do the right things. So how can we get people? We have the money, we got the policy. Education is all over with papers, all sorts of training programs like Dr. Rafi was mentioning last time. We have more in ECE, early child education, more in planning, so on and so forth. But people would just it's easier just to do this rather than to change. How can we do something about it, Prof?
No, we have to uh, to to realize that if we talk about the country, right, we have to realize that we have to put a stop to the things that are not right. So we know that things are not right, but we are not doing anything about it. We think never mind, just let it go. But everyone can do something. Every single person can do something because that one person can affect his own circle. His own circle of 10 to 20 people maybe. Um, if we do our role in influencing the right people around us, that we need to be better than this. We need, for example, we need better leaders. We need a better education system because we are together in this. We are together in this. We love the country. We want things to be better. Um, and then we cannot just sit back because everything is okay. No? Um, nobody is. The thing that I see is nobody is willing to say anything because they do not want to get into trouble. They do not want to be taken action against. That is the thing that is happening. I believe.
So I guess it's a time for troublemakers like you, for example, to become an educationist so that you can find ways,
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
instigate the change. Because if you follow routine, it's kind of tough. That's the word, yeah. Because it has been a routine, so you don't really want to break routines because that almost always will require certain efforts, certain changes, which might be affordable, which might not be affordable. So people just tend to stay the way they are. but we hope not. We hope a lot of more are coming so that we can listen to more ideas. Perhaps would be the one that push us to start to do something.
Sometimes, if I may, sometimes the leaders they are only fed with information that are nice and flowery and everything is okay because they are protected by people around them who would always filter out all the bad news. So to them everything is nice, everything is flowery, everything is good, when actually if they go down to the ground, things are not good, things are bad, people are having a difficult time, you know and if we relate it to emotional intelligence nowadays, you see, sometimes when we observe how people react, how people behave, they tend to be angry at very very small things. They tend to be wanting to have the answer now. I talk about having instant gratification, delayed gratification. So we need to do this whole revamp of things and relook at things and go back to basics. What is important for our children?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. On a final note, the thing that we talked about, I think the first week, Sayyidina Ali, the fourth Caliph of the Islamic civilization, mentioned, teach not your children what you learned during your time, but teach them what's necessary for their time. And that, of course, entails we're going to have to continue learning, parents, educators, everybody. So, final note, Prof.
Everyone, again, we can play, we can make a difference, right? We can make a difference. That is the most important message that I can share. So we can play our role in our own little way and make that difference and make the country, the world a better place.
Yeah, and
Thank
then
you so
get
much.
more to the left, get more to the right, and surely the change will come. So thank you
Yes.
very, very much. This is, of course, the first step by you attending. Of course, this time around, most of you are just participants. Hopefully, in other conferences, we can get those who are today a participant to be a panelist too, because everybody will have ways to say, things to say, experience to share, which further enhance our bank of solutions to the issues pertaining to our children and, of course, our future. Thank you very, very much again to Professor Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan, Dean, City Grad School, City University Malaysia. Of course, a partner in collaboration with Kids Our Future in organizing this wonderful seminar, supported, of course, by the Education Ministry. Thank you very, very much yet again. And, of course, the wonderful participants numbering almost 600 today. And I'm pretty sure by the time we go to the second speaker, even though today is like a part of the long weekend, and for those who are celebrating Deepavali, well, it's going to be a long weekend full of festivities. Thank you very, very much. Still a lot attending this wonderful conference that we have organized. Thank you again, Prof. We'll be seeing you shortly, and definitely you will be in the final session if you could, yeah, to have a final say about what's happening in the all the sessions as a whole. And this time around, maybe you will be coming in or out at least once or twice because you are also in as the chairman of this conference. Maybe you want to take a bit more role as today is our final session anyway. Thank you again, Prof. Now
Thank you
we
so
will
much.
wait. If our next speakers are in, we should start in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Morning. I see that we have our speakers ready, to share their wonderful ideas and thoughts there. We're about 1 minute away, but I think we can start with the introduction. We have here with us for the next session, wonderful Mr. Edwin Nathaniel and Dr. Tan Si Chuan, and they will be talking about something. Even looking at the topic, I feel so much interest when wanting to wait about the explanation. Rhythm interactive spastic enablers, right? Yeah. Percussion's program developer for therapeutic benefits. This is like, a mouthful nonetheless, but it's so interesting just to listen to the topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely lucky to have the both of them going to be sharing the experience and what is it RISE is all about. And hopefully, we will have more people coming in so we get to listen to this wonderful presentation, I'm sure, in but 30 seconds. So, gentlemen, are we good to go? Dr. Tan, Mr. Edwin, you're going to have to unmute yourself first, or else I can't see, I can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself first.
Yes, we are ready. Yeah.
All right, good looking. It's like, almost like you guys are ready to, be performing in a club or something, yeah? Maybe you should add at least of a song, yeah? At least a classic song somewhere. So without further delay, I think you guys can introduce yourself. I can tell that you are good buddies, You feel comfortable even on platform. Fantastic. I'm Saiful. I will not ask any questions while you are doing the presentation. Maybe towards the end, I'll help with some of the questions they have directed directly to me and some also that we have online. So without further ado, Dr. Tan, Mr. Edwin, the platform is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, a very good morning to all of y'all. Beautiful Saturday morning. Just to clarify a little bit, RISE is it's a rhythm interactive special enablers. First, it was called rhythm interactive spastic enablers. Reason being is that I started this program 22 years ago, developing cerebral palsy, teaching them music through percussion. So I developed this program, and then suddenly when I look at this program, I say, hey, this is not only meant for cerebral palsy, it can also be used for autism, Down syndrome, dyslexia, ADHD, and then also for senior folks and things like that. So that's why it is now I use this program. It's called Rhythm Interactive Special Enablers to all forms of disability. So that is the RISE program. And I've worked with these children for 22 years doing voluntary work at the school, at the spastic school, and amazing. They have grown so big that they are on performing levels. And I also, started my school. The reason I had this mission and dream is to open up a school, giving an opportunity for others to come in to learn music, especially the autistic children. I've developed so many children in my school, and they have come to learn music, drums, percussion, guitar, piano, and vocals, and things like that. So this is what I do. In my school, teaching and giving opportunity for children to learn music. So a little bit of introduction about the RISE program. I'll show you a short video of some of my students that I taught. And we will play the video now. The video is in Bahasa Malaysia. Essentially, it's interview by local TV station on Edwin's work. So it's in Bahasa language. But anyway, we'll give a short description of what the video is after it's played.
I'll explain in Mandarin later.
Yang ada yang hyper, ada yang non-verbal. Saya ada satu student, sebelum masuk dalam bilik ini, jerit, lari sini, nangis. Dia tak suka tu bunyi. It will take time untuk budak-budak masuk dalam. And kalau ajar budak-budak yang autism, you masuk kelas, banyak repetition tau. So ini hari you main dung tak. next week also you nak main tu same rentak until macam dia boleh dapat.
So this, what I'm trying to say is that teaching children autism, a lot of repetition. Every time they are all different forms of character and behavior. So I taught children. When they come in the class, they start to scream, they start to run out, they can't stand the sound. But I believe, that sound is not a hindrance for them to music. Drums, they always say drums is very bad for the ears and that. No, there is no such thing as that. So that's why I believe that if you give them an opportunity, let them try, let them explore, they will love the instrument. So this is part of my work with these children. And you watch this now, that boy playing the drums, the first boy, alias, he is now doing his grade 7 exam, in rock school, drums. All right, so he's a very good drummer, and they have a band called Zimmy J, all full autistic band members. And then the other boy is a Down syndrome boy, started with me, and he's very talented. And 2012, I was invited to talk an international conference. It's called Internationally Mentally Challenged Conference in New Delhi, India. There's about 16 to 20 countries took part. And I delivered my RISE program, and they were amazed to see that, I use music, I use percussion as a therapeutic tool, teaching children. So, and I took 5 of my students. You see them on stage, wow, they really had a good time performing. All of them are cerebral palsy, so amazing students, and they are still with me. So this is the newspaper cutting. All right, these two boys are ADHD and also autism in the spectrum. Joshua Daniel, the one it's on my left. So he composed a song, and he represented, both of them represented Malaysia in the Hong Kong International Talent Autism competition. And they won first for Malaysia, really amazing. But nobody knows. But, this is all through our initiative, our all funding. We took them, and that's why they enhanced to as a band. They are a 5-piece band now, 6-piece now. They're performing. I'm taking them to perform different events and things like that. So you must listen to the band playing. Okay, Wan Zarif, he's one of my students. He's also learning drums, and he's a very good djembe player. He attended my RISE program, and he's a facilitator in the sense of, he can teach and he can conduct drum circle programs. So very talented boy. So you can watch his video how he does the drum circle at the Museum Telecom recent event. So in this event, also under the MFM banner, musician for musician, they have given these children an opportunity to perform. So the whole autism spectrum, the band performed, and they rocked the crowd. They really had the people really had a good time. They were dancing and enjoying themselves. So these are things that I look at music is a really very good form, in engaging them and building the community, especially when you do drum circles. There's no hierarchy. There's no I'm good, you're good, or I can't play, you can't play. No, as long as you have a heartbeat and you have rhythm in your life, you can play. So that's the beauty of being in a drum circle. Here's another video.
jam 11 pagi. Hari ini merupakan kelas mingguan ideal di rumah Papa Edwin. Permata hati Ahmad Faizi dan isterinya Mariam Muhammad merupakan seorang anak yang hyperaktif. Mereka tidak pernah menyangka Aidil yang dulunya sangat agresif dan enggan berkomunikasi, kini mampu fokus dan bermain alatan muzik mengikut rentak yang bersesuaian.
Saya rasa Aidil ni memang dia minat muzik. Sebab apa, selepas masuk ke muzik mat ni, bukan hanya mengajar alat muzik, tapi mereka ni ada banyak-banyak program kenal dengan budak-budak autism begini. Jadi saya nampak dia punya tahap berbeza lah. Maknanya dia lagi kata like slow down. Dia punya pace tu tak adalah macam hyper sangat. Dia slow down. Dia suka mendengar muzik. Dia boleh tahu pilih lagu. Boleh hayati lagu mana. Jadi dia macam dah slow down dah. Kira macam tahap kesabaran tu dah macam dah nampak lah beza daripada sekarang dengan dulu.
You know that the father is very supportive lah. So that's why coming back to I think just now I heard a little bit of Professor was talking about parents involvement and example to the children. I think this is one parent that you see given this boy an opportunity to come and learn music. If there's no support from the parents, then the child will just left alone. No lah, my child can't play lah. It's useless lah. No lah. I don't want them lah. It's okay. But this parent, when this boy came in first, he was only 7 years old, 6 or 7 years old. He started to scream and shout. He cannot stand the sound of the drums and saxophone. But now he sits and play. But the parents never gave up. The parents never gave up. So I believe it's all boils down to parenting. I've got another parent who have 2 kids, autistic kids, and I'm very sad to see them coming, but you know what the mother told me? The mother said, Edwin, I'm not here to make my son a musician or a good drummer or whatever it is, I just want them to enjoy music as long as they can sit half an hour, listen instruction and focus. I'm very happy, So this is are the things that the values of the parents that plays a very important part, and that they have to give their children the opportunity to learn. And music is one form of enjoying and being part of a community. So I'd like to hand over to Mr. Dr. Tan.
Hi everyone, good morning. My role will be to bring in a little bit of scientific research and literature to support, the important role that percussion music can play to develop individual, emotionally as well as socially. There are many research out there on the use of music to promote, the development of individual. But my focus here will be mainly on percussion and drumming, because we are using a lot of percussion and drumming to facilitate that development, in the children. So if you look at this particular article here, research article here, it's very, very recent. It's written in this year, actually, released, March 17, 2022. And it talk about the effect of learning to drum on behavior and brain function. And just now, you watched that video and you heard Adil's dad talk about the positive impact, of drumming. And this is what he said, in the video. Say Adil slows down and becomes less hyperactive, and he develops a higher level of self-regulation. And that's exactly what you see in this research, conclusion. If you look into that research, this is a very advanced research using, a lot of medical and science, to prove what or to affirm what they are researching on. They use like MRI to scan the brain and looking at the changes, in the brain and all that. So the conclusion is that like what I highlighted here is that we found strong evidence that drumming not only improves the ability to delay the onset of motor responses, like they become very impulsive, like what Adil's dad say, he slows down and become less hyperactive. And in autistic adolescents, but also reduces hyperactivity and attention difficulties and increases FC, functional connectivity, in brain regions responsible for inhibitory control, action outcome monitoring, and self-regulation. So this is exactly what we heard from Adil's dad. It was an interview many years ago, way before this research was done. So as you can see, it's a very, very powerful platform to actually help people to develop themselves. These articles published in 2016, effects of group drumming intervention on anxiety, depression, social resilience, inflammatory even immune system is being affected. So as you can see, there's a wide-ranging effect on drumming on individual. So in conclusion, it says the study demonstrate that group drumming can reduce depression. So even for people with depression, especially these days, a lot of adolescents and even young adults are facing a lot of depression and anxiety attacks, things like that. So drumming, group drumming especially, can reduce depression, anxiety, and improve social resilience in mental health service user over 6 and 10 week span. Maybe one of the also very key ingredient is that, like the last sentence there, and potentially cost effectiveness of community drumming intervention, as in like it's really not expensive at all. It's very, very affordable. Most of the percussion instrument like shaker, cowbells, they are very, very affordable. In contrast to like, those mainstream instruments like, piano, saxophone, and violin and all that. So as you can see, it's a very powerful tool in the sense. The last article I would like to share is on music therapy and social inclusion. I think these days we talk about how to create a more inclusive society for especially children or individuals with special needs, and music is marvelous. Like what Edwin just said, it actually creates a lot of social interaction between individuals who do the drumming, and they actually connect with each other through playing instrument together. And this is actually highlighted by this research article as well. And again, this is focusing on a percussion group, not just any music, but on percussion drumming. And the conclusion is that they felt relaxed at the session, 94%, were able to learn at their own pace, 98%, enough choice. And as you can see, the beauty of percussion instrument also, there are many choices. There are so many different percussion instruments that you can choose according to your liking and your preference. And in addition, 96% strongly agreed that they felt a sense of achievement, and 92% strongly agreed that they had gained confidence. So this is one of those personal or emotional development in the individual. They actually grow in confidence as well. So there are a lot of research evidence to actually support the idea that percussion or group drumming is very developmental for individual, especially with special needs. So a team of us, as you can see from this picture here, we decided to put all that Edwin has worked on for the past 22 years into a book. We call this book a Rise. Somehow cannot show here. It's a little bit, maybe the background, yeah. But anyway, yeah, so we put, all that Edwin has learned throughout the 22 years into this book, and we really hope that this book can be very helpful, for people who wants to use music or percussion to help the development of individual with special needs. And I would just like to describe a little bit what that book is about. So the aim of the RISE program is to foster the use of percussion in a fun and relaxed environment. And this is particularly important for children with special needs. You need to know how to create a more relaxed environment and fun environment for them to learn. So in assisting individuals with special needs to develop themselves emotionally, like self-confidence, and socially, learning to connect with other individuals as well. So that's the main aim of the RISE program. It's not so much about learning music or mastering music, but it's really in helping them to develop themselves emotionally and socially. So that's the aim of the program. And this will be the learning outcomes of the RISE program. As you can see, children or individual engaged in this program learn many things, socially, emotionally, personally, and also they, get to have fun, enjoy music in different ways. Second one, children develop physical ability to move and coordinate. This is especially important for children with cerebral palsy. They often have very stiff muscle, their movement is very awkward, so they need this kind of movement in playing percussion to help them exercise physically. And then children learn to work in teams because they learn to play together with other teammates. Everybody gets the chance to take leadership role. Later, we'll talk a little bit about that. And then children develop creativity and confidence. And children show enthusiasm, appreciation for music. Children learn to recognize and learn from their mistakes as well. And children learn to take instructions, stay focused, and children become more enthusiastic about learning and eager to grow as an individual. So these are, some very positive outcomes that we have observed over the last 22 years. These are the 8 parts of the RISE program that Edwin talked about just now. It starts from the left, breathing in unison, and icebreaker, all the way to the last one, which is playing as an ensemble. So that the last one is, of course, highly collaborative. That means, the individual in the team must learn how to collaborate with every other player in the team. And when this is being implemented with the participants, we have certain teaching and learning guidelines as we go about, teaching them. And as you can see, it progresses to make learning more manageable and relaxed. So breathing in unison is kind of like the simplest starting point. Just learning to breathe with the rhythm, and they do it together. And as it progresses, it gets more and more complicated, and so that the learning become more manageable for them. And then each part carries a set of therapeutic benefits, and facilitators learn to create a safe and supportive environment, and then differentiated learning to provide personal coaching and assistance. So every one of them come with different ability, and we have to give very personal coaching and assistance to help them make the progress. Yeah, I would like to just show this video. That is the end of the RISE program, which is playing as an ensemble. So you can have a sense of how the students and participants enjoy themselves at the end of the program. Sorry, give me a second.
Can't see the video, guys. You have to share the video. Stop sharing this one and share the video.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, you can share the link to us. Maybe we can view it on our own because we could not see the video just now. But nonetheless, we are so enthusiastic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You'll have to
Oh, you
perhaps.
can't see
Yeah.
the video just now.
Yeah, but the sound was fantastic.
All right. Sorry about. Yeah. Give me a second. Just give me a second to get back.
Maybe you can stop sharing this one and we go straight to the YouTube part so we could see it, no?
Sorry. Yeah.
No worries.
Because in the book, there is a scan code, QR code.
Yeah.
Okay.
And see the exercises that we in each exercises, there is a QR code. You can watch the video. You know,
I feel like I want to be in the same platform with you so that there'll be the three of us, yeah? So it makes me feel like
and
part of the team.
Oops, it's stuck for some reason.
Okay. We can
Why
get
is that? I stop again, maybe.
All right, well, we have one more go at it, but everybody's already asking for your book. I got here people from City University, asking to whether we can use the book as a reference. I say, why not? Yeah.
yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
let me just go on. Yeah, so the book, as you can see, we included, a lot of exercises in details, instructions, and also we provide musical notes so that, anyone, the facilitators who wants to use it, they can follow some of this musical notation that's given. And we also talk about like the therapeutic benefits of the exercises itself, so that the facilitators who use it will understand, what are the benefits of these exercises that they are doing. And in the book, we also included the QR code, so they can actually scan this QR code that will take them to the YouTube videos, just now I was trying to share. Yeah, so that they can actually watch for themselves, how those percussion rhythm are being played in the exercises. All right, so we try to do all this to provide a very supportive tool for teachers, facilitators who would like to use the book to encourage that kind of development. I think I will skip this one. We just want to mention that the mainstream media has been very, very supportive of our work, and we are very, very thankful. Like, Malay Male Stars and all that. And our intention of creating the book is really to bring awareness about, the challenges faced by individuals with special needs. And we really want to help people see that there's a lot that we can do to actually foster their development, to bring about their well-being, their development, embrace their needs and challenges, and reach out to them. And hopefully together we can create a society that's more inclusive and more caring. And we are very thankful for all this mainstream media.
Okay, this one we'd like to end with this video. This boy is cerebral palsy, and and also we did the RISE program there in international.
I have to start videos also, right, so that they can see me, right?
This boy, he conducted a big drum circle. I think people watch him, So this boy, through all the lessons that he attended, I mean, in the center, teaching them facilitating skills, body language, So he's there conducting them in creating in the moment music. That's what we call in a drum circle. So he was cutting down that area and bringing up the level of the sound and up and down. So this guy is amazing. So I feel, that, it's really very touching, to see these children giving this opportunity to be part of inclusive community, you know. So I like to say that, we want to take this RISE program nationwide, all right? We have spoke to a couple of people and all these things. So we want to share our knowledge, our experience, and create awareness around Malaysia. So that's why we came up with this book, and we want to train more facilitators, teachers, parents also, the use of percussion instruments. So we really hope that we can really do this, Thank you so much for having us, Dr. Tan and myself. Any questions, anybody?
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Your presentation, the content. This is where we say the word fantastic is an understatement. We need to coin new words to describe whatever you guys are doing. I feel like I want to be involved. I got a drum at home too, 8 guitars. So maybe we could do something. So I'm very sure that the first question people will be asking would be, how to join. How could we get involved? Yeah, to be a facilitator, are there things that we have to undergo, if you want to be part of this wonderful team that you have put up together?
Actually, what they can do is that contact us, because we are planning to do next year the RISE program, training. So put us in the loop, or you can contact us. Well, I don't know how it works this way. So because this year we are, it's coming to the end of the year, so we are not doing any. But people have invited us. Next month I'm going down to Kuching to do a talk and so far. We love to share. If any one of y'all who wants to be part of this, please do contact us, and we will definitely get in touch.
Could we share your contact with all the participants? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, and we get them to all buy the book too, because definitely that's like a game changer.
That will really help us, because the book is only funded by us and both of us. So it's no funding. So, it will really help us, and then also can support the community, the special needs community. Yeah.
Thank you very much again. One final note, what are the challenges, the common ones that you have to face all the time? Because I'm very sure a lot of people are looking and listening to you, looking at the videos. We feel like we want to be involved, but we need to have certain traits in order to join guys like you, because it's not easy. Looks easy, looks fun, but sometimes you forget that there's a lot of like you see the curves that you have to negotiate before you get to see wonderful students performing like that. What are the common ones that we have that you guys face? The challenges. Guys, are you still with us?
Love and passion, because it's not easy dealing with them, because when they come in the class, you get a lot of things like, they will pinch you, they scratch you, it puts saliva on you, run here, run there, some of them become aggressive. But then what I learned from the parents is that they always tell me, Edwin, you cannot go inside the room and show your sympathy face. You said you pity. No, you got to go and tell them you are a teacher and you are the students. Sit down and play. So that's how I learn. So I go there and say, hey, sit down, play your drums now. So now they sit down half an hour, play the drums, and go out. So some of the challenges that I face is this way. And I just want to share with you. Did you see that boy, the Malay boy playing the djembe? Is now the Rasa Sayang. Okay. When he started with me, he couldn't use his hands. He couldn't use his hands. He used his stick to play the drum. You know what I did? I took away the stick. I said, Fridaus, you can do it. Practice. And that is also part of physiotherapy. So when the physiotherapist came in, how come he can play? Yeah. In my class, in physio class, he cannot raise his hands, he cannot do this, but in your class, he can do. I said music it's a powerful tool.
Yeah. Guys, to me, I can say to a lot of you guys are godsend. This is not easy to do. You mentioned the two key things, love and passion. Because I had one of the students when I was still lecturing, every time he talked to me, he cover his face with his shirt, but you have to get the program going anyway. So we got a lot of us looking after this one particular student. But I guess the two of you looking after so many. Thank you, guys. I hope you stay young forever so they can continue this and develop other facilitators with the same kind of drive and passion. Because all the tools will not work without the same drive and passion. And I hope that when we share your contact to everybody, more will be more keen to join whatever it is that the wonderful things that you have been doing for the last 22 years. How young are you, Edwin?
Oh, young, huh?
Never old, my friend, never old.
When I'm 64, the Beatles song?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
losing my hair.
You still have your hair. You still have your hair.
Still my hair, still.
Yeah,
Okay.
still a lot, don't worry. Yeah.
Dr. Tan looked a bit like the late Alan Tam, yeah, so that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Right, guys.
My
Again,
my
thank
friend,
you,
my
thank
friend.
you,
Yeah.
thank you very, very much from Kids Our Future, and of course our main supporter, City University Malaysia, for taking the time to be with us. Means
Okay,
so much.
we just
Edwin, Dr. Tan. All right, we missed that particular part there, no, but we can do it also, yeah. Cha!
So can
Right.
I end? Can I end with a quote from Stevie Wonder?
Please do, sir.
Okay. Stevie Wonder say, use your heart to love somebody. And if your heart is big enough, use your heart to love everybody.
Ah, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. The musician, the educators, and philosophers too. What a wonderful duo. Again, I can't say fantastic because that is an understatement. Thank you very, very much. Do
Thank you.
stay and come back for the closing part of the session. I believe it's going to be at about 1 p.m. Yeah, it'll be great to have you again to share with us your final thoughts and maybe another round of percussion movements. Thank you very much, Edwin, Nathaniel, and thank you very much, Dr. Tan Sri Chan. Let's go and buy the book and be with them and help children who have special needs that we could now, with their explanation, help to the best of our ability. Thank you very, very much. We'll take a short 2 minutes break before we go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Came in. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being part of our Education and Parenting Convention 2022, brought to you by City University Malaysia and Kids Our Future. We thank our two speakers previously, Dr. Tan Sri Chua, as well as Mr. Edwin Nathaniel, who have shared with us very interesting a session on how percussion, specifically group drumming, has helped many students with special needs. If I may share my experience, I once upon a time was also involved with music. When I was a teacher in the primary school, I was teaching music to standard 1, 2, and 3 students, which is something that is very, very interesting. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Miss Chin Wai Ling.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited, to have this opportunity to share my experience in education and learning beyond the classroom with all of you today. Well, I do not have any academic thing to share, but my experience. Yeah, I want to follow suit what Dr. Amer did this morning about the influencer of his life. Okay, let me just do this. Out of curiosity, I would like everyone to at least participate in this activity. Yeah. Let me just ask you, other than your parents or your family member, is there anyone that has a big influence on what you're doing now or who you are today? Please type 1 in the chat if it's your teacher and 2 for others. Yeah. Okay. So for Dr. Amer, I can see it's 2. Yeah, I can see 1. Yes. All right. 2. 2. Okay. So not that many that is influenced by the teacher. Okay. Next question is, if your influencer is your teacher, please type 7 if it is your PE teacher. PE stands for physical education, yeah? And 9 for others. Yeah. Okay. Many is not the same as mine. Wow, I'm so glad everyone is participating. I can see number is coming. Hiya, no 7 ah. Come on, give me number 7. Okay. But of course, everyone is different, right? But for me, it is very clear cut. From primary to varsity, it's very, very clear cut. Yeah. In my primary school, the one person that I remember most was my PE teacher, who was also my badminton coach, the late Mr. Nathaniel. During my secondary school, again, my PE teacher was also my netball coach, the late Mrs. Ling, was my biggest influencer. When I wasn't sure of what course to take for my tertiary education, she was the one who actually encouraged me and my sister to go for physical education. Of course, you can tell from that she's also a graduate of physical education. So me and my sister are majored in physical education from UPM, University Pertanian Malaysia. Of course, now it's known as University Putra Malaysia. Don't count my age, I'll tell you later, so no need to spend time counting my age. Of course, in our course, there are many subjects and there are many lecturers that we have to deal with. But the one subject that add colors to me and my sister's life was outdoor education. Encik Abu Bakar Siddiq Muhammad Ibrahim was our mentor, or has been our mentor. We recently also found that Encik Bakar is also a huge influencer of Supra's life. Yeah, There's a reason why we are organizing this convention, and we are treating this as an assignment given by Chapaka. So we would like to set this convention as the education spark for the future, and we hope to be the change maker to equip educators, parents, and children for future challenges. I want to take this time to say thank you to Chapaka. Chapaka, thank you very much. Your Kucheret, you always call us Kucheret. Your Kucheret, One Ling, One Fang, and Subra wants to be recognized as your enterprising group of well-wishing and proactive educators. We want to progress magnificently, and we want this venture to be an excellent endeavor so that we can use this as a gift to show our gratitude to you. Thank you very much, Chapaka. We love you. Thank you, audience, for giving me this bit of time to say thank you to our mentor, to our beloved lecturer, Encik Abu Bakar Siddiq Muhammad Ibrahim. He meant a lot to us. Let me not take too much of your time. Let me go straight into what I would like to share on education and learning beyond the classroom. I was graduated in 1992 as a PE educator, but I didn't teach in school. Naughty, huh? I had the opportunity to be exposed to the corporate world. So I was into sporting event. We did the launching of Stadium Shah Alam. For those who are as my age, you know, in their 50s, you might remember C94, Sports, Entertainment and Exhibition 1994. Then I was into sporting facilities and system. We did the ticketing and turnstile system for Bukit Jalun Sports Complex. We did the turnstile and ticketing system for main stadium, indoor stadium, and the aquatic center. Of course, not missing out Sepang F1 circuit. We also did the ticketing and turnstile system for Sepang F1 circuit. It was great, you know, moving from educators to project managers. But after 8 years in sporting venue project management, I thought it's enough. I have to make a move. So I switched to corporate team building and adventure program. So, you know, we did adventure racing, we did high road course, low road course, you name it, whitewater rafting, caving, all the adrenaline rush activity. So that was good time. Yeah. However, after giving birth to my daughter, I want to have more time, a more routine job, 9 to 5 job, so that I wouldn't miss out of her growing up development, because I kind of like, oh, my daughter can walk without holding. My husband said, yeah, that was last week. Oh, my daughter, you know, can do this. Oh, that was a week ago. Like, that's not good. So I again make a switch. I joined a Singapore-based company. I was doing student study abroad. And of course, that company is also doing educational tours. They do youth leadership program and also performing arts event. Yeah, like APAF, or you will see in the screen. Okay. Since the management knows that I have experience in adventure and team building, I have all the opportunity to tour lead and run team program, which has element of adventure. And also, of course, attend ISEF meeting. ISEF stands for International Conference for Education and Fair. Yeah. So I have led students ranging from primary school to varsity students for various trips. So you can see this on the screen is Mount Santubong, Sarawak. I've been to Pun Hill, Nepal. Yeah. Mount Bromo, Surabaya. Of course, it's also in Finland, we did Aurora hunt. So, I've been to Bali, I've been to Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam. This one is Vietnam, my child. Thailand, China. This is Thailand, China. Next one will be, this is Germany. I was in Berlin. Next will be, this is Canada at the airport. Next, Australia, you can see Sydney. Of course, I've also been to Hungary. So there are quite others that if not, it will never end. So, but for these encounters, I enjoy tour, I enjoy going to places, but all these, what is more important is all these encounter has allowed me to have different experiences. It opens up my horizon, and it allows me to have mindset change. So of course, we also, whenever we go anywhere, we collect information, we show love and kindness, especially when I was in Nepal. So we actually give out shoes to those children without shoes. So it allows me to encourage and empower people, to make friends, to connect. Of course, the list can go on and on. Whatever you can think of doing a tour, it will be there. Just imagine, as a tour leader, I'm not supposed to be directly involved. I have benefited so much. How much more for the students where the program is basically designed and customized for their learning objective? It will be enormous. So allow me to give you more detail. When I just say tour, it might be a bit too much. You can't visualize it. Allow me to give you more detail on how a customized educational tour program looks like. So we do have, of course, if you're in tour, you probably understand what is inbound and outbound. Inbound means students coming into your country. Outbound is they're bringing students out of your country. So like for my inbound group, students from Brunei, students from Vietnam or Singapore, if the school objective is to take their students out of their comfort zone, I often promote adventure program coupled with team initiative problem solving. Or some cultural program, depending on what the objective of the school is. But of course, for adventure, Malaysia, we have many places you can do adventure, but I specifically love Openg, which is in Perak, because within 5 km radius of Openg, there is the Kampar River, there is caves, Gua Kandu, Gua Tempurung, and quite a number of small caves also. And of course, there are tracks, Uru Geruntung tracks, waterfall, Batu Putih, all these are just within 5 km radius. So it's really, really fantastic. So, with the activity nearby, you don't waste time on traveling. So like for normally a 5-day, 4-night program, adventure program or self-discovery program, I will have activity comprises like 1 full day of mountain school activity. We call it mountain school is because we actually do mountaineering activity like low ropes course, high rope course, rock climbing, giant swing, leap of faith, you name it. And of course, the next day we will go into a full day water activity. For me, during water activity, I love to introduce swiftwater rescue technique because that is a real life skill that, have you ever think of like, there could be, during flash flood, you could be washed away because the water is too swift. So in a swiftwater rescue program, we actually expose children to how to walk across swiftwater. Now, if someone drop down, do you be gung-ho and jump into the water and try to rescue? So we don't do that because you could be the next victim. So what we do is we teach them how to use throw bag. So in the picture, you can see that it's actually a throw bagging activity. So students are being rescued, and of course, we also have to teach children how to enter water, because you do not know the water. It's like muddy, you just can't plunge your head into it. So deep water entry is another activity that we teach them how to do. What is white water position? So these are all life skills that is very useful. Yeah. Of course, end of the day, after they learn all this sweet water rescue technique, we give them the fun bit. So for primary school, we normally go for flat water paddling, because too much they can't handle it. But for older kids, we actually give them the experience of white water rafting. White water basically means, like, because there's boulder, so it creates water which is, splash of water which is white in color. That's why they call it white. Yeah, so in the picture you can see they are on a raft and with a river guide. So we'll go down the river. These are all adrenaline rush and fun activity. Yeah, of course, other than water activity, Goping has a lot of cave. We'll take them to, I like to take them to Gua Tempurung, is because the first part of Gua Tempurung is paved. So you walk in, you can see amazing stalactite, stalagmite, and the second part of it is really untapped. So it's as original as it is. And there is a river running through Gua Tempurung. So we call it a short river tour. And students is pitch down. So you either use your torch, and many of times we get students to switch off their torch so that they can they can use their senses. So this is also through switching off their torch and then getting them to be quiet in the cave. Only thing that you can listen is the breathing and the running of the water. And that a lot of time actually helps students to overcome their phobia of fear of darkness. So it's actually very, very effective. Yeah, of course, when we come back, because it's just a short trip, we normally bring them back to KL. KL has a lot of places which is interesting. So, for cultural, we normally take them to Batu Cave, and we take them to KLCC, the Twin Tower. Of course, you can see, that colorful bit. Do you know that in KLCC, every 8 p.m., 8:30, 9 p.m., there is a free symphony of light. So actually, the music, you can hear background music, and the fountain actually play according to the music. So this is free. For those who do not know, who stay in KL, go to KLCC, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Definitely you will enjoy this. All right. Yeah. So of course, all these programs, these 5 days, most of the time you can see children smile is from their ear to ear, so big. The picture also show. I also often take them to Makin. This is our tourism center for the cultural dance show, because I always believe all these music and dance show will introduce the country. The easiest way to introduce the country, because dance show, they show Malay dance, Chinese dance, and then the music. So you can see the costume, you can see the dance step. All these actually trigger curiosity in children. So they will always ask, why are they different? Wow, many of them is like, because first thing that comes in, I will tell them how to recognize different races based on their color scheme. And then I always test them. So of course, we have a lot of mixed parenting, and they get very confused. So they always say, why Malaysians are so diverse? So we are very diverse. All right. Okay. Let me move on. So of course, by traveling, before they travel, we actually give them packing list. So children will actually learn how to pack and self-manage all their belongings. Yeah, because by packing, they will enhance their sense of responsibility and also management skill. because we normally tell the parents, do not help them, let them manage themselves. So if anything that they miss out, they will have to bear with it. But of course, during traveling, if they are coming out from overseas, they at times have to fill out this evacuation card. We will make the students fill it up themselves, because that will actually, because many children just have no idea what information that they can find in their passport. So by filling up this embarkation card, they will learn to pick up information. And of course, with the passport in their hand, they will have to approach the immigration officer alone. So this gives them the confidence to approach strangers. So these are big and pieces. So by doing all these things, children in a short span, they actually have a lot of learning, a lot of encounter. Yeah. So of course, students, many of them are probably, like primary school, they could be at age 10, 11. So this is the year that many of them are still very attached to parents. By coming out to out of the country, they will have to deal with their emotion away from their family. But of course, at the camp, children are indirectly forced to take care of their own belongings. They have to carry their own bag, prepare their own bed, take care of the cleanliness of their own dorm. They have to learn how to deal with their friends. Some is crying, some are a bit dirty. So all these things will actually give them the sense of responsibility, tolerance, and also build empathy. Because you can see those who are crying, your friend will be going there, petting them. It's okay, no big deal. So these are things that you will observe, and this can only happen when they have the opportunity. Yeah, of course, at the campsite, I normally take them to a campsite, but it's not a real campsite. It's actually a 5-star campsite that is dormitory provided. So this campsite is surrounded by nature. So we impart the concept of back to basic. There's no aircon most of the time. Of course, there are three huts that has aircon, but we normally use the dormitory without aircon. So we told them no aircon, only fan. This is to teach them how to reduce carbon footprint. So in the camp, the concept of conservation, the concept of going green, 3R is always being practiced. Yeah. Let me just sidetrack a little. Yeah, since we're talking about going green, talking about reducing carbon footprint. Do you know that Malaysia signed up for the Paris Agreement in 2015? Paris agreements, when you sign up a Paris agreement, you are basically promising that you will join the world in taking action to curb carbon emission. So, of course, Malaysia has committed to reduce greenhouse gases by 45% by year 2030. I actually didn't know about Paris Agreement. I found out about Paris Agreement when I was in Finland, because the vessel that we took from Helsinki to Somalina Island has no exhaust emission. It seems that the vessel has an exhaust gas recirculation system. This is one of the efforts that Finland takes to fulfill Paris Agreement. So I really hats off to them. Hats off to them for the effort that they take. Yeah, you can see if we do not take care of the environment. According to the result, if by 2030 we do not reach the Paris Agreement target, we are facing up to 2.7 degrees Celsius global warming. So this warming means far more erratic weather conditions. So that's why the temperature will rise. So if Malaysia Well, any one of you think, whether Malaysia is safe from climate change? According to UNICEF, we are not, yeah. So we are actually ranking 61 on the least performing country. It's alarming. Anyway, now our society at large are not there yet for environmental conservation. So really, this is something that we have to look into. Okay, let me just go back to nature. Yeah, man lives in a sphere of nature, correct? Of course, that includes the air that we breathe in, the soil, the living creature. Do you know that without nature, men are nothing? The human being cannot live a normal life without nature. Man needs nature more than nature needs us, yeah? So, frankly, we do not spend as much time as the previous generation. That's why we do not care too much of the environment. But nature can be our greatest teacher. Nature can teach us about life, how to live easier, healthier, and more meaningful. Nature is colorful. Nature is actually a proud source of everything. So, of course, since our program are set in the nature setting, we encourage students to feel the goodness of nature. So we actually hope to make them the green ambassador. During most of the time during mountain school or river activity, students are being challenged to participate, because we say we do not take no to at all. We always encourage students to participate. So during activity, we always get students to at least take a step of faith. So we always believe the only failure in life is when you fail to participate. There are only two outcomes. When we participate, we rejoice if we succeeded. If not, you have something to learn. Yeah, you learn that you do not know this. So learning takes place. Yeah. And another thing that we normally we always impart is the concept called challenge by choice. Students will participate, but they will set their own level of challenge. So the ground rule will always set, students are not allowed to belittle or disrespect or be mean to their friends. All right. So this actually helps students to be more confident. They can take. Students can take courage to students can, we normally encourage students to support their friends, but we do not allow them to belittle their friends. Okay, so outdoor environment normally, why I like outdoor environment is because it's actually a natural platform for team building, and is, we naturally stretch out our hands. We don't have to tell students that, yeah, you have to help. So it's very natural for students to stretch out their hands to help each other. So when you talk about team building, this is outdoor will be the right place. That's why outdoor learning, I would say outdoor learning environment encourage students to use their imagination, encourage students to to build their cognitive skill, and also help to acquire social skill. And all these actually set as a building block in developing relationship with nature. So nature is actually an important, or outdoor learning is an important precursor to understanding sustainability. If we want to support United Nations, this is something that we have to do. Other important outcome of outdoor learning, connectedness to nature, positive environment attitude, and environmental consciousness. So I always like to do outdoor. Is basically it has something, the experience is enormous. My outdoor camping experience in Jantan back in 1988 is still fresh in my memory. This is one of the most colorful memory that I have, that I treasure. Yeah. So go outdoor. All right. For all the program that I said, I realized one thing: self-discovery and team discovery is one, is really being enhanced in a short 5 days. So students actually understand the value, understand what they like and what they dislike. They are more curious. They accept change better. And in the team, students actually understand what is holding them back, and what are the things that they can improve, like communication, accountability, so that they can learn to reach their goal. Yeah. So, but of course, for me, whenever you go to an unfamiliar environment, you are much more alert. It's the same for students. So, with that, because we take them out to an unfamiliar environment, their curiosity kicks in, because suddenly you can see their curiosity sort of wakes up, and the neurons start firing. So everyone is like, okay, I want to do this, I want to learn this. But if you're doing it in the school environment, the way it's limited by the four walls, and then the way things is done in school are totally different. So in the outdoor setting, students, most of the time is more student-centered. So students like it because they have a chance to make choices, and so they will take courage to decide, because they're given a chance to make choices. They will decide, yeah, I would like to do this, and this is actually very good way to build their character. So character building, you can build character well in such a setup. Yep. So involving in student study abroad, that was like in a tour, educational tour. But in a student study abroad program, and also tour leading educational tour, I also realized one thing: not just outdoor education, but a real world education is actually very important too. That's the reason why from there I see why varsity now are like pushing for internship, because real world education is one thing that you cannot miss, you should not miss. For me, when I talk about real world education, you are basically, easier way to think is like whether you are street smart or you are book smart. If you are book smart, you find that it's very difficult to survive. Yeah. But of course, how do you have real world education? For me, the easiest way is to travel. If you make the decision to travel, there you definitely have your real world education. Yeah. I took a group. Why it dawns on me, because I took a group of students to Finland, and when we were at the ABB and Vassila factory, where Azipod is being produced, first thing that pops into my mind, you can see in the picture that Azipod is actually a propeller. It's huge. First thing that pops into my mind is like, how do you move this giant? And like, how do you secure the propeller? If you use a bolt and nut, after a few spins, it might come off. So this is things that if you're not there, you won't be able to feel it. But for even for me, the Finland trip was an eye-opener, because really there are a lot that I picked up. I actually we went to a kindergarten, and I realized that Finland actually the educators, early childhood educators, have to have a degree, not like in Malaysia, from 5 students you can be an early childhood educator. But there, not even a diploma, a degree. And in Finland, primary school, they focus a little bit more on languages, because they believe when children know how to read, they can actually acquire language anywhere, because information is easily accessible, right? So you can see, of course, with tour, we are not just learning, but we also have some fun. The picture show you that we are actually at Santa Claus village. So we have encounter with Santa Claus. Of course, we also went to for Alora hunt. So I'm not sure. One of the picture is actually the Aurora borealis. Yeah, this is amazing. So I was also in Kyoto and Osaka. The first thing that I noticed is Japanese has actually very polite and humble style of communication. And second thing is like, wow, how come I couldn't find any rubbish dump, yeah? But then their streets are extremely clean. So all this is because the way Japanese are being brought up. So the way, the culture and the value, the way they think of others, they respect their elders, they know their roles. All this, being taught explicitly and implicitly from nursery. So the way they, their culture are just bringing them up, the sense of discipline, the sense of awareness is really amazing. Okay. So for me, traveling is not just giving you the happiness and satisfaction. You also enhance your knowledge. Traveling broadens your horizon. It opens up the real world education. It boosts your confidence and also make unforgettable memory. I remember all these things because I'm just there. Yeah. So anyway, just to sidetrack a little, yeah. Do you know that do you know that Singapore children actually got a chance to travel every year? Because every school-going kids, every Singaporean, yeah, school-going kids, the government actually gives them an EduSave account, and this EduSave account allows them to actually go for trips. Yeah, but in Malaysia we don't have that. So I always, whenever they talk about EduSave account, I always say, I want this for my child. Okay, let me move on. Okay, I have signal telling me that my time is up. So let me just go straight into my goal. Why am I, what am I doing now? So I'm actually 55 this year, and I have gone all the way to create Peace Our Future to achieve my life goal. Yeah, 55, still young. But anyway, my first goal is to have, I'm very passionate about outdoors. So my first goal is to have outdoor education incorporated into physical education. And would like to have this subject to be to play an important role in nurturing our children as early as possible. Because I was only being nurtured, I was only exposed to outdoor when I was in tertiary education. But you can see outdoor education actually brings a lot of benefits. Because, physical education and outdoor education is one subject that cover all three domains of education: cognitive, psychomotor, affective. We all know psychomotor for early childhood, is actually a skill that you master your body movement. But affective domain is where you build your character. And outdoor education and physical education actually give you this foundation. These are the foundation for an individual. Okay. And my second goal is to have school adopt outdoor and real world education with travel opportunity for their students as early as possible. That's actually my second goal. As you can see, what I shared to you, don't you think that this is important? My third goal is to create individual that is always thinking to have continuous improvement in life. Because for me, constant self-improvement will actually contribute to continuous improvement in the community and also the nation. Last but not least, my fourth goal is to be able to contribute and share our knowledge and expertise to various foundations, associations, and corporates to narrow the perceived gap of our national education. Today, you can see many parents who can afford to send children to, actually send their children to private and international school. So my question remains like, why not national school? Education is actually a fundamental of nation building. Every Malaysian should have a free education, free and quality education. Yeah. So kids our future. We are desire to work with ministry, with any foundation or association or even corporates as a collaborative efforts to make the change and impact to our national education system. Can we do that? That makes our national schools sexy again. This is something that I'm really, really hoping for. I know I have taken a lot of time, so let me just end here. But I'm very, very serious. I really feel that we should work together to make our national schools sexy again. Thank you very much. So I've taken too much time. I should stop now.
All right, thank you so much, Ling. I wanted to stop you, but you are the CEO of Kids Our Future, so I would not stop you from speaking.
Sorry that I take too much time.
But I believe you were speaking about something that is very important, something that is very close to your heart, and also it is very touching that you also mentioned how Encik Abu Bakar was very important in the lives of many of the physical education students in UPM one time. Influence to you, to Wan Fang, to Supra, and everyone. I believe I even when I was a student in UPM also, I always hear of students speaking of Encik Bakar, Encik Bakar, Encik Bakar, especially the physical education students. So although I do not know him personally, I have not met him personally, but I know that this Encik Bakar was, is a figure that was, revered by the physical education students at the faculty. I'm sure he is, right? So Encik Bakar, here's a shout out to you. Thank you so much for making a difference in the lives of Ling, Wan Fang, Supra, as well as many of the physical education students in UPM.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ling. Thank you for sharing the many journeys that you took, the many educational tours that you took with the children. I'm sure also that made a difference in their lives as well. Thank you again. And we will not take a break. I think I will invite our next speaker, which is Dr. Saiful Amin Jalun, to come in to be with us. Before I introduce him, I would like to also mention something that is happening at the site. There are still number 9 going on at the site, but I think some of them are just typing 9 without knowing what 9 means. I think 9 was to an earlier question by Ling to see whether who had an influence in their life. 7 is a physical education teacher, 9 is someone else. But I see everyone typing 999, but I'm not so sure that they know what 9 means or not. But never mind. Okay, now we have with us our super moderator who is not moderating at the moment because I'm taking over his super moderator role. We have with us Dr. Saiful Amin Jalun, who is the Principal Advisor Unitech Sdn Berhad. He is also the Senior Vice President of EPLI Asia Sdn Berhad. He is going to share with us his thoughts on every great inventor once had a dream. And the question is, does your child have a dream? Over to you, Brother Saiful.
Thank you very much, Prof. So a role reversal here. I've been moderating all the FB live sessions and also almost all of the speaker session. But is something that's very, very close to my heart and to my understanding on how come, people are so away from dreams that is not seem to be progressing. We cannot see beyond whatever it is that's supposed to be. So we need to have those challenges coming in. So I'll share just some viewpoints and also a concept called positive framing that we developed because I've been doing training for the last 20 odd years. So we found out that sometimes just one or two small changes could instigate a lot of positive energy, could instigate a lot of wonderful stuff if we but do it. But then again, after listening to the question that I asked you just now, on the fact that sometimes people just don't want to do it because it is not part of their routine, not part of their repertoire. So that's the only reason at times why we are disallowing, quote unquote, disallowing our children to have dreams because of the conditioning that we set either at school, at home, in their interaction with other students or other children, so on and so forth. Let me share with you. So number one, rather than answering the question, we need to allow this to happen and happen in a way whereby it is acceptable at school, at home, at work. Questions, we just don't seem to put enough time to allow people to ask questions because questions will clarify a lot of stuff. Questions will lead to answers, and answers will give more questions, and this will help whomever that would be asking questions and answering questions to have wonderful thought patterns. And it's from the thoughts precisely that we'll be able to have dreams and better dreams and targets to achieve them. Sorry, not out of the woods yet. One more. Hopefully they'll allow me to go on the plane later. Have to take a lot of medicine, of course. It's the issues with perception and the way we look at things. If we don't have enough in our brain, almost always we'll go back to the routine that has been drummed into us, either by our teachers, our parents, uncles, so on and so forth. Because without this ability to allow us to have more thoughts, almost always you go back to routine, even the political situation, if there are dangers, if there are even the dangers, for example, a war coming, almost always people go to the incumbent. You'll vote the previous one that you voted for without much of a thought. That's the start about perception. So whatever input you can put in the brain can help condition to a great extent how people would think. So the thoughts they have, the patterns that they will have, because it's a conditioning type thing. I'm going to go and break the routine here rather than me being asked a question. I'm going to ask Prof a question. Prof Amer, have you ever stopped an airline pilot at the airport, and ask him, Captain, do you have a flying license? Have you ever done that before?
No, of course.
Have you ever stopped a policeman? You overtake a policeman and ask him, Sir, could I check whatever it is I could check with you?
Yeah. Because we are conditioned not to ask, I believe.
Exactly, right? And if you're conditioned in so many things, like in the Malay language, two of the most common words, which has so many different explanations, would be bodoh and hantu, stupid and goose. So if you have this, that you already in the society you put the condition there. But if the condition is removed, we could have like a group, the Red Indians of America, because the culturally certain conditions were not there. It's very common for a hunter to go back, to go back after getting himself a deer, divide the deer into 4 parts, and the first part goes to the elderly, second part goes to single mother, third part will go to the leader, the penghulu, the ketua kampung, the YB, the representative, and only the fourth part will go to him and his family. But they put certain part of conditioning, so the way of thinking will be like, wow, exceptionally good for the society and of course for themselves too. So the conditioning, this is a bit of a language background, why we do not ask those questions to the pilots, why we do not stop policemen, why do we, when we talk to doctors, somehow or other, we are extremely polite. It's just a social conditioning. You have a lot of these conditions, and then you will almost always follow the process of interpretation. And if you follow the process of interpretation, you will almost always also follow the what and why that you can produce. And after you are clear on what and how it can be interpreted, what and why it can be produced, then you say those things. I remember when I was very, very young, not to say that I'm that old, I was about to reach for the chicken, and then my brother, just look at me, and then I realized my pop's not there, my daddy's not there. So my house in the 70s, daddy must touch any of the dishes first before we can start. That's the rule. Right, that's the rule. That's social conditioning. But it was done basically just by everybody, the uncles, the aunties, they follow the same social conditioning. So all whatever we produce, the thought patterns, even the words we produce will follow that social conditioning. If not, you're out of place. Right. So if you can condition this kind of thoughts, we can almost always be sure that we can also condition our children to be dreamers, thinkers. But if we are not putting the right conditions, the right scaffolds, so to say, in their life, then they won't be. They either will not be thinkers, or, well, some people might agree, some people might disagree, the routine followers. I rather, if you don't think, then rather just follow the routine part. If you don't think, there's a tendency that you might not do anything. But the routine followers, they'll follow routines which might not be very, very good for them. So this the social conditioning that we have here. If you want to read, you can always go. I'll type it here. You can read this book by Fairclough. All those years ago, about how we can and we have been influenced by this kind of conditioning. So what we want to do would be not only realizing that the social conditions actually really, really work. We want our wonderful children not just be dreamers of producing the newest airplane, the newest game, the best kind of equipment. We also need them to be the persons in the future with the right stuff. So I'm going to have to explain what the right stuff means first, yeah? What do you see, Prof. Amin?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you see?
What do I see?
Yeah.
What do I see? I see a pickup. I see a tractor. Is there something that I'm not seeing?
See, that's the conditioning part, yeah? See, you
Yeah.
didn't make a decision. You were describing everything, right? And people can read the way your thought pattern would be just simply by your describing the photo rather than going forward straight. Okay, I see myself a tractor here, a pickup, or a tree, a banana tree, but we go in that particular way. So if we can condition, or someone did the conditioning to you, because if you're unsure, just list down everything rather than giving the answer, so to say, right? So it can also be done like that. But what I need everybody to do would be this one, These are two of my mates, AJ and Kudut, the kind of conditioning that they have. We're going to have to get our wonderful children to follow the same kind of conditioning so that they have the similar attributes of what AJ would have and what Kudut would have. Kudut's real name, of course, is Zainal, but in UPM, you give strange names to just about everybody. Mine is Yabu, for those who would be interested to know. AJ was my schoolmate, and you know, when you go and have your school reunions, Prof, yeah, sometimes there'll be some measurement of success, economic gains, you know, kind of cars you have, jobs you have, business, so on and so forth, you know. And AJ would be the one that would be, in economic terms, somewhere slightly half and below. Haha, yeah, 50, maybe 48, 47%. He'll be in the conversation, but he won't be the one dominating the conversation. That's how the world in that particular setup works. But only after 7 times meeting him, you know, 7 years of school reunions, I realized that when he's there, he would bring the 2 or 3 who, in that particular evaluation, who are of a lower economic value, lower economic success, lower job standing, so on and so forth. He would bring them. He would bring them, and in order to bring them, Prof, you know, he lives somewhere in Gombak. You have to go to Perak, go have to deepest part to bring this friend of ours to the school reunion. And I realized, my God, man, this is the guy that's supposed to be the model. He wanted to be happy, so he still wants to be happy with all his friends, all good mates that we were in school. Though some of us sometimes go just a wee bit overboard, you know, with what kind of achievement you have, so on and so forth. He just wanted to enjoy the company of his friends, and that was not enough for him. He needed to bring others too, so that they will experience the same kind of joy. So what kind of social conditioning that the parents did, perhaps the teachers did, that made him the man he is? Because he cannot just be happy by himself. He wants others to also experience the same kind of happiness. And similarly with, sorry, I'm coughing a bit. With Kudut, the last homecoming rugby game, we had touch rugby about, I think, a good 3.5 months ago, and Kudut here, he's not the rugby player. But he was the guy sponsoring the jersey, sponsoring the drinks, you know, very happy that his teams were participating, losing every single match, you know. But he was so happy that they were there, you know. What kind of conditioning that they have had before that turned them into this wonderful man? So I love to talk about wonderful children being inventors, so on and so forth, but rather talk about this first. Let them be good humans. And in order for them to be good humans, like these 2 blokes here, and also the Indians in the plains of North America, what, what, what did they experience, or someone put the experience in them to enable them to be this kind of man? That's a great question. Maybe Prof can help me answer later. How to have this kind of people. So number one would be, if you want to smell nice, that is not me saying, it's one of the old sayings, very deeply rooted in religion. If you spend a lot of time with those who sell perfumes, even if you don't buy the perfume, you'll smell nice. But if you spend a lot of time with, sorry, blacksmith, if you don't have holes in your attire, by the least, you'll take home the foul smell with you. So it's the models. So conditioning comes with the models. If we want thinkers, if we want our students to be thinkers, we need to get a lot of thinkers to be associated with them. And it's not saying that we have to invite a 2,000 ringgit an hour thinker to come to your school. We do have books, we do have YouTube videos, we do have TED Talks, but they must be prevalent in the life of our students. If we want them to be kind, good human souls like AJ and Kudut, we need to have those people either face-to-face live or through books, video sharing, so that they will be looking directly to the best of ability at these models, and they will be conditioned in that particular manner. Not all, I'm not saying that every single conditioning will work, but percentage would be clearly explaining that if you spend a lot of time playing rugby, you don't mind getting tackled. See, so it's part and parcel of it. But if no matter how fit you are, but if you don't play rugby, if you get tackled, chances are you'll fall, you'll feel certain kind of pain, you might not want to play again. So those are kind of things that the routine that we must put into our wonderful children, so that they will have a bigger chance to be what we believe they should be. So thinkers, of course, but not thinkers only. They must be thinkers with a good heart, like AJ and Kudut, because all those wonderful thinkers are also the ones robbing our countries. Um, those are the ones, cheating the banks. Those are the ones doing all sort of evil stuff, what we call white collar criminal type thing. So we want to develop them to be wonderful thinkers, but let us not forget, we need them to be good thinkers. So it must come together. How can we do this? Yeah. So in order to do this, too short a time for me to explain the rule, but let's just go with the way we look at things. Wonderful audience, Prof, and everybody present. Yeah, this one I developed together with a wonderful friend called Haji IR Alauddin. He's an engineer, so he's the type that will be asking questions, sometimes too many questions. You say, hey, hang on a while, why asking me so many questions? Then I just want to know the answer. But after being with him for a good 10 years, we developed this more or less together. The number is not 9, Prof, it's 8, or pat, so in Cantonese. Yeah, I'll give you a simple explanation. If, for example, you the dean, you have a senior lecturer coming to you and said, Prof, I found a problem with our syllabus. You'll not be happy. Right? No one likes a problem, right? But the same guy, same senior lecturer coming in, Prof, we have identified a problem in our syllabus, but I talked to the group, yeah, and we have identified 8 solutions. It's just that we will take solution 5 and 7, there's some money that we need to spend. So that's a totally different thing, because you come together with the problem with solutions. So that's the name of the game. I put 8 there because 8 is already a lot. Actually, if a guy facing a problem can find 5 or 6 solutions, he'll already be moving. She'll already be moving. Not so much concerned about why the problem came to him or her. So this is very important to impart to our kids, to our children early. Once faced with a problem, find solutions. Don't narrate, explain a litany of frustration why the problem is here, but just quickly find solutions. And older folks like us, even if we have to pay, we should pay for the solution, because we don't want to be doing solutions which take a lot of effort, a lot of energy, but not really solving the problem. So the number is 8. So if you have a problem at your MBA program, for example, Prof, maybe you yourself can come up with 3. Maybe you talk to your group. Maybe you need to invite a consultant like me or Supra. Whatever it is, the moment you have sufficient number of solutions, you're moving. But if you don't have sufficient number of solutions, you almost always, almost automatically will go back and explain why the problem came at this particular juncture. And you'll start talking about the problem. The more you talk about the problem, the more you'll be delaying any movement of actions. You do that often enough, Prof, people call you lazy, right? Because not because of thinking ability, not because of capabilities, but simply you spend so much time on that thing. We call this positive framing. It's like crossing the street. If you're running across the street, there's a honk by a lorry, you'll run faster. But if you're walking across, lazily walking, lorry honking, you look at a lorry and lorry be too close to you, no chance of a escape. Lorry will kiss you, and there's a great possibility that there'll be the last day on earth for you. So that's positive framing. But in order for positive framing to work, we need to drum the vision and the dream into them, right? So that they'll be looking for this. I remember my 2 sons during almost Hari Raya, that they put the firecracker behind their skateboard, thinking that if they light it up, the skateboard will move faster. And they saw me, they froze. Oh no, daddy's here. And I said, let's add more firecrackers. Let's see whether the experiments would work or not. It was tough, Prof, because nowadays they challenge me in all sorts of discussions, and sometimes I do not have the answers, but I think I'd rather have that than those who just accept, because if they just accept, thinking pattern will almost always get back to routine believers. And if you are routine believers, which we have a lot, then like in work, you go to work Monday, you go to work Friday, and then Friday holiday, Saturday, Monday, Friday, Monday, Friday. One of these days, Prof, you go to work to that wonderful city university of yours, and then your wife will call. Your wife will call, and she'll call like 19 times on your way to work. But you're a good driver and you not pick up your phone while driving. You park your car the 20th, 21st, 22nd time. So you call her back in a gentle voice. Yes, honey, what you call me 22 times? And your wife will say, honey, you retired last week. Why you come to work? Because there's no thinking there. Routine, sometimes, you don't realize it. 30 years of your life is gone. And we can't afford to have that with our children because we need them to believe that they can punch way above their weight. And in order to do that, we need to install these three things. Number one, positive framing. Number two, a lot of routine breakers in their life and the vision that it can be done. So whatever the things that we have to do will fall under the mission, and then we worry about the challenges that we have to undergo in order to overcome them. And of course, when it comes to doing projects on so forth, a lot of people want results. We're going to have to drum it into them. I was trying to hopefully succeeding, because my daughter is actually one of those who loves going to tuition. It was raining yesterday and I said, Aina, it's raining. Maybe we should miss tuition. She looked at me and said, Dad, it's tuition. We have to go. And I was like, are you worried about SPM? Yeah, I want to do really well. I said, Aina, I love if you could do well, but then again, you work hard. I will love you nonetheless. And the world is the way it is nowadays. Whatever you get, there's a place for you if you but work hard. Right. So let them just work hard. If they hit brick walls, let them hit it as many times as possible, because brick walls, they are there just to show you how much you want to go to the other side. So you're gonna have to create this thinking type thing. You want to draw. You want to play music, play. You want to do that. Then the thinking will come, because you are breaking away from possible routine. So when it comes to problems hitting you, not much of an issue for you to look for the 7, 8, 9 solutions. So you'll be thinkers. Thinkers will be inventors. Thinkers will be problem solvers. Thinkers will have very, very little fear when faced with challenges. But this is the last part here, because I believe Ling took a bit of the time explaining her wonderful stories about Finland. Just look at that wonderful 4 letters, RPKG. Quick quiz for you, Prof. Amer. What do you think RPKG means? You're muted, sir. This part we need to have. Because if you don't have this, because when we are faced with challenges, we can't really every day solve the challenges, the problems, the issues. So we need RPKG to ensure our heart is strong. It is shielded, and we shield ourselves with positive atmosphere, and then the positive framing will come. This is in Malay, but I'll translate you to everybody. Rancangan pergi kerja gembira. That's all. Plan to go to work happy. It's quite funny, because when it comes to money, everybody will have a plan. I'm going to save this much. I'm going to save this much, and once I get the project, I'm going to bank in this much, invest that much. When it comes to money, everybody got a plan. When it comes to eating, also most people have a plan. I'm going to eat here. I'm going to eat that. I'm going to eat less calories. But when you ask everybody, Prof. Amer, hey, do you want to be happy? Everybody will say, yeah, we want to be happy. What's your plan? You know, uh, most people don't have no plans.
I've translated it is to GTWKP.
Okay, fantastic, Prof.
Going to work,
happy plan.
Something, yeah.
happy plan. I was telling you, in a wee while, everybody wants to be happy, but most people you ask, they don't have a plan. Their plan, happy, I'm going to go to Australia in December. I'm going to go to Bali. Hey, that's like at the end of the year. Don't you want to be happy today? It must be a daily thing. Your plan to be happy, to go to work. If you love coffee like me, so drink coffee. Makes you feel better. If you need to hug your daughter, hug your daughter. If you need to sing, you sing. If you need to wear red like Prof. Amer, wear red. So these are things we could do before we leave the house to create the happy thoughts in us. And if we can do that, we can find other ways and means to create more happy spots, happy slots at work, while doing our work, while driving, while doing everything else. And hopefully all these slots of happiness will be connected so that we'll be the happy person. And happy person will think more, will break the routines, and if people get angry at you, chances are you're not going to get angry back. So that's a hallmark of wonderful human being on that particular thing. So if you don't get anything out of this short sharing that I have, try to have this one, ya. Rancangan pergi kerja gembira, or happy plan to go to work. I like to end with this one, yeah. I went to the National Cancer Institute with my wonderful friend who happens to be my wife, because she got cancer about 5 years ago, but not it's not really her story, you know. She went, of course, see the doctors, and wonderful doctors at National Cancer Institute. It take a long time, you know, to do all sorts of checkup. And even good husbands like me, I'm admitting I'm a good husband, Prof. You know, after 2 hours, you need coffee. The drive is there. So I look at my wife, look at the doctor, and I was like, oh, okay, she's not out yet from that particular checkup. I went to the cafe, met an old friend. Met an old friend. He was laughing, he was like smiling, hugging me, you know, explaining to me how we should have been in contact. So he was smiling all the time, asking me about my being there. I said my wife got cancer. He was still smiling, still being so happy, you know, hug me again, asking me again what type of cancer. I said breast cancer, and he asked, you know, what stage, and I said stage 2, and he asked stage 2A or B. I said this guy's knowledgeable. I said 2B, you know, but he was still smiling, you know. And finally, you know, he asked me a particular question that got me really riled up. So he said, hey, stage 2B, bro, you know, so what is your preparation for chemotherapy? I said, what? We don't know whether we're going to get chemotherapy or not. But he looked at me and said, hey, 2B, man, confirm chemotherapy, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 times. So I lost it, Prof, you know. So I just look at him and say, hey, why are you here? And he, you know, nonchalantly said, hey, I'm here because my wife got cancer too. And I said, what kind of cancer? He said, breast cancer. And I said, what stage? Stage 4. And I looked at him and I gave him one. I said, bro, your wife, stage 4 cancer. Why are you happy, smiling like this? He just hugged me, Prof, and I said, bro, if you don't smile, you think the cancer will go away. Wow, you
Very
know?
true.
Yeah. So we need
Very
to
true. Very true. Yeah.
find this happy slots, put it in so that we can think more, we can be more productive, and we can be part of the conditions to get our children to be thinkers and inventors.
Yeah.
So thank you very, very much. Short presentation. But if there are any questions whatsoever, you can just share my number. But if you do, any of the participants want to WhatsApp me for questions whatsoever, I hope that you'll just leave a voice message rather than typing, because when you type, you yourself don't understand what you're typing, and I, of course, will not understand what you're typing also. Then better you just leave a voice message there. Eh? Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for inviting me, though I've been around for the last 3 weeks as one of the moderators. So I'll pass the floor back to a wonderful Prof. Amin.
All right. Thank you so much, Brother Saiful. I think I want to make it as going through life happy. I think because of the story that you told, everything must, you know, despite the difficulties that we have in life, we should go through life happy. So you can go to work happy, you can go through life happy. By the way, everyone, I've searched for the book that Dr. Saiful mentioned. I have put the link in the chat. But however, if you want to download it, I think you have to register into academia or something. But it is a book that is searchable. You can search on Google, or if you are in China, you can search it on Baidu, I believe. All right. Okay.
I think we're good to go with Dr. Sheila now.
Yeah. Let's. I think I'll pass the session now to Ling to take over the moderator role, so that later we can come back and speak at the final part of the forum. Over to you, Ling. Thank you so much, Dr. Saiful.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep, I believe Dr. Shyielathy is in. Good morning, Dr. Shyielathy.
Good morning, Miss Wan Ling.
Hey, good to see you. I'm so
Good to
privileged.
see everyone also.
Give me the opportunity to introduce you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, here you are, Dr. Shyielathy Arumugam. She's actually a special education educator. Special education educator of Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Datuk Haji Abdul Wahab and also UPSI. UPSI stands for University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Am I right? Yeah. Do you know that she actually works with MOE, Ministry of Education? She advocates for children's education, right? Wow. And also inclusive education. That means if you put children into mainstream school. Last but not least, she developed a web app for screening. And it's actually a screening tool for educators to identify children with symptomatic behavior indicating development delay. Oh, this one is amazing. So, Doc, I believe you have done a lot. You have been with the special education, with special needs kids. I'm not going to take too much of your time, so I'm going to let you have the floor. Here you go, Dr. Shyielathy Arumugam, giving you the topics of education for special needs children. The floor is yours, Doc.
Thank you, Miss Wan Ling, for the wonderful introduction. And it's a pleasure, great pleasure to meet so many of you over here. I see the participants are almost reaching 580, yeah? 579 to 580. That's a huge number. Congratulations to the organizers. Well, I only have 30 minutes and I have to, it is a topic very close to my heart, as what Ms. Wan Ling mentioned just now. I advocate, I'm not just a teacher, but I advocate for the educational rights of children with special needs. And I believe that, every child, they have the rights, they have the rightful access for education, whether they are typical or they are disabled. Right, allow me to share the screen. I have about 20 slides. There are 20 important slides with rich of information. And I hope that there are quite a number of parents, therapists, and teachers, early childhood teachers, early interventionists who are watching this program, because you are the one, besides parents, early interventionists, therapists, pediatricians, you are the one who are going to advise the parents on. There will come a point where parents will be seeking, our advice, the interventionists, the therapists, the pediatricians' advice. Where do my child go after this in terms of education? So it's very important for this group of professionals to also equip knowledge in them about the kind of education that is available for children with special needs, shouldered by Ministry of Education. And so allow me to, I can just go on talking about this, Miss Wan Ling. So you really have to help me to time. Right. And 30 minutes is definitely not enough, but I will try to compress all those important information within this 20 minutes for sharing and 10 minutes for questions, isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
I do not want to miss the opportunity to wish you Happy Diwali.
Thank you.
I miss it just now, so yeah, Happy Diwali.
Thank you. So are you able to see the screen? Right, let me adjust the bar. Okay, right. So as you can see on the screen, right, this is the title of our topic of discussion today, and I really appreciate for getting this opportunity to speak with all about education for children with special needs. So as we know, special education is not something new in Malaysia. I hope that many of us We are aware that we have students with special needs, children with special needs around us, and they also requires education, right? They need education. They need education, and with proper education, with proper intervention, they can also contribute to the nation building. Right. This leads us to see first the data, the Malaysian disability data. Why? Through this data, through this information, through this maklumat that we have on Malaysian disability data, that will closely bring us to an awareness to see the importance of giving the education for children with special needs, right? So actually disability data is actually more than just numbers, yeah. Behind the numbers are the life stories of persons with disabilities, the everyday challenges that they face, the barriers that I know they face to participate in roles and activities that are expected of non-disabled people within our community, the prejudice, the discrimination that they face in many aspects of life, including education, healthcare, and employment, and etc., etc., etc. Right. So each story actually contributes to our understanding of the disability experience and the changes that is necessary to eliminate all barriers in our society, whether physical or social environment. So what I mean to say here is each person with disabilities, they count. Okay, we count them in, and we, whether disabled or not, we must collectively and collaboratively change the way we do things to improve the quality life, okay, the quality of life, eliminate discrimination, and uphold the rights and dignity of persons with disabilities. It is our duty. Okay, it is our duty as a member of the society, right? So registrations of persons with disability in Malaysia is actually not mandatory compared to so many other countries in the world. In our country, it is not compulsory. Okay, it is still being left to parents' choice whether they want to have the OKU card or not. They want to register for the OKU card or not. So according to JKM, or the Department of Social Welfare, where they manage the registration of persons with disability, this number is updated as for 31st May 2021. Okay, that's the recent data that I could manage to accumulate from the internet. So there are about total of 579,150%. Okay, 50 persons with disabilities, quite a large number, which is about 1.8% of Malaysians population are persons with disability. And unfortunately, the data released by JKM is not desegregated by age. Okay, we do not have the correct number according to the age, right? But then, what happened in 2019, National Health and Morbidity, okay, they did a survey. You can also go and Google up and read more about this. It comes under the Make the Rights Real. Okay, if you Google up the page, if you Google up for Make the Rights Real, you will be able to access to that platform. That platform actually accumulates, store all kind of informations from various faculties related to people with disability. So according to this survey in 2019, it says that the analysis of the survey, the data, the Dapatan Kajian, it says that 11.1% of Malaysians above 18 years old, they have disabilities. 1 in 4 Malaysian adults experience functional difficulties in one or more of the following domains like seeing, hearing, remembering, walking, self-care, and communicating. And this is the most important part, 4.7% children aged between 2 to 17 years old, they have functional difficulties in at least one domain, including hearing, vision, communication or comprehension, learning, mobility, and also emotions. This means approximately 27,220 children in Malaysia have some kind of disabilities and they require special education. It is not a small number, my friends. It is a very big number. 27,220 students or children in Malaysia are disabled and they need special education. Right. So this brings us to see the kind of programs that we have for students or children with special needs by Ministry of Education. So we have to understand that not all parents who have children with special needs can afford to send children for private institutions. Okay, right. We know that the private institutions, education for special needs are not cheap in our country. So not all parents are able to send their children for private institution, along with the top up with the intervention sessions and so on. The intervention sessions are also, if we cannot 100% depend on government institutions, parents still need to send children for interventions, therapies in the private. So to top up, to add on with that, not all can afford to send them for private education. So that's what I'm trying to say here is, we have under Ministry of Education, we have quite a number of programs with qualified teachers, well-trained teachers, with good syllabus, with good programs for students with special needs. That's what we're going to look at right now, right? So under Ministry of Education, we have several categories of special needs. Okay, so if you compare the ones that the categorization of special needs under JKM and the categorization of special needs under Ministry of Education, Kementerian Pendidikan, is a bit different, because the categorization under the Ministry of Pendidikan or the Ministry of Education is more for educational program placement. Okay, to more for program placement. So there are about 6 categories of special educational needs under Ministry of Education. This infographic, you can get it in MOE website. Just go to the website. You will also gain quite a number of information about special educational needs. Right? So there are about 6 categories of students with special educational needs under list or categorized under Ministry of Education, whereby the first one is visual impairment, kurang upaya penglihatan, visual impairment. Then goes to hearing impairment, auditory impairment, okay, kurang upaya pendengaran. Then we have speech difficulties, students who have speech difficulties, kurang upaya pertuturan. And at the bottom, we have physical disabilities, children who are physically challenged, kurang upaya physical. We have masalah pembelajaran, learning difficulties. All students, children who have autism, who are in the autism spectrum, who have ADD, attention deficit syndrome, who have the ADHD, who have Down syndrome, who are globally global developmental delays, who have intellectual disabilities. They all come under the category of learning difficulties or masalah pembelajaran. And then we have the last category, that is the multiple disabilities, kurang upaya pelbagai, which means it's a combination of more than one disability. For instance, a child may have visual impairment and the child might also have dyslexia. So this child is categorized under the kurang upaya pelbagai or multiple disability. Or a child may have autism and that child might also have delays in speech. Okay, kurang upaya pertuturan. So they are categorized under the multiple disabilities. Okay, more than one difficulties or more than one disability or more than one disorder, we categorize them under the multiple disabilities. And looking at the current trend, we are receiving more and more students from the category of multiple disabilities. And it is quite a challenge. It is quite a challenge to deliver the rightful education, the suitable education, the appropriate education for children who have more than one disabilities, right? Okay, one Ling, so far okay? Can follow?
Yeah.
Right. So this leads, right, 5 minutes, okay. This leads us to see the current policies and practices regarding special education in Malaysia. This is very important for therapists, pediatricians, parents, educators to know, because with these policies, we advocate. Okay, advocacy is not just by parents. Everyone who are involved in the field of special needs must take up the role of an advocate. You are not just a teacher. Do not say that my role is just to be in the classroom and deliver pedagogical content. No, it's not that. Your role is beyond that. Okay, besides being an educator, you must be also an advocate. Okay, you must advocate the needs of your students. You must advocate as therapists. You must advocate for the rights of your clients, and also if you're a pediatrician, also take up the role to advocate for the rights of your patients, right? So the policies that very commonly that we use to advocate, which is related to special education, is definitely the PWD Act lah. Okay, the Act has got several stipulations like access to public facilities, access to public transport, access to education, access to employment, access to information, communication technology, access to cultural life, access to recreation, leisure, sport, and many more. Okay, we go and look at the policy itself. There's quite a number of elements that we advocate under the PWD Act. And the second one is the OKU card registration, right? Right, lately we really encourage parents, therapists can encourage parents to register for the OKU card. Okay, why? Not because of labeling or anything else, right? With the OKU card, the main objective of the OKU card registration is actually we want to determine the actual number, okay, of people with disabilities in Malaysia. We also want to have the distribution and category of the disabled people in this country for the purpose of more fruitful programs can be designed, okay, related to prevention, related to education, related to rehabilitation, related to training, related to services. So if we have the actual number, the needful number, it will be easier for the stakeholders to come up with good programs, with good infrastructures, prevention programs, education, and so on, right? Now we are just, because as I said, the OKU card registration is not mandatory, isn't it? So we are not actually seeing how many people in Malaysia are persons with disabilities, right? So it will be good if we can have the actual number. That's the reason why we encourage parents to register for OKU card, for OKU card, so that everyone will benefit, not only the parents, but also everyone will benefit. And also to plan for the provision of facilities to suit the needs of PWD, as what Ms. Wan Ling mentioned just now. Okay, besides education, I also advocate for inclusive education. And when we talk about inclusive education, the mainstream school must be equipped with relevant infrastructures, with necessary infrastructures to accommodate the needs of students with special needs who are going to be in the mainstream classes. So for that, we need to know the actual number. Slowly, gradually, all schools with mainstream will be well equipped with proper infrastructure to receive and to embrace and to accommodate students with special needs. And also, the registration will also enable, to help us to get appropriate services in accordance with the requirements based on the level of functional disability. And then after that, it's the Education Act. If you look at the PWD Act, if you look at you go through the OKU registration, they are more on services, they are more on rights, right? Now, we are going to directly go into the education, the special education rights, whereby we have the Education Act. Okay, Education Act. A part on special education was incorporated into this act. Okay, this is a very old act. This is not a new one. We already have this act in 1996 itself, and then it was again revised and so on. So the term special education and special schools were formally categorized without precedent of Malaysian law. Okay, so Malaysian people with special needs were categorized as having a place in 3 classifications to be specific: visual impairment, hearing impairment, and learning difficulties. Okay, right. So the final one, but the most important one, very recently introduced, is the zero reject policy. So zero reject policy ensures that all children in this country, including those with special needs and undocumented children, will have access to education. So zero reject policy is actually to ensure that no special child is turned away from school. This was introduced somewhere in 2019 by Dr. Madli Malik, during Dr. Madli Malik's term, right? So, so remember, my dear friends, these are some of the policies that we have, that we can use to practice advocacy when it comes to special needs, children and special and education for special needs children. So right, so let us look at have an an overview of special education in Malaysia. So generally, education for students with special needs in Malaysia is provided by Ministry of Education. Before primary school, okay, children will be going for intervention, children will be going for special preschools. So even we have special preschools under Ministry of Education, but mostly below 7 years old, the focus are given more for early intervention. Now, after 7 years old, the education for students with special needs is shouldered solely by Ministry of Education, and also as well as many other private institutions as well. But then today we are only going to talk about the program that we have under Ministry of Education, so that many parents out there would know that, oh, Ministry of Education is also, we also have programs for special needs, not just for the typical one. We have wonderful programs. We have excellent quality programs for special needs. So it's time for you to know about it. So we will only discuss about educational programs under MOE, right? So we have special education programs for preschool, we have for primary, we have for secondary, and we also have vocational secondary schools for special needs children. Okay, right? And of course, we also have the opportunity to include our students with special needs who are able academically into the mainstream schools to go for public exams. So look at the various channels that we offer for our special needs students in Malaysia. So all category of special needs are enrolled with 3 schooling options. Yeah. Okay. Look at the infographic that I have that you see on screen. There are 3 schooling options for all categories of. Let me move this bar over here so that I can see clearly. Okay, so there are 3 schooling options for all category of students with special needs in Malaysia in the public education system. What are those 3 schooling options? The first one is the special education schools. Now, who goes for special education schools? Students who have hearing and visual impairment. Okay, they go to special education schools. Again, students who have visual impairment with autism. Okay, although they have autism as their secondary disability, but these students will be placed in special education schools, sekolah pendidikan khas, where they have visual impairment programs. Okay, for instance, in KL we have this Jalan Batu, SKPK Jalan Batu. In Johor we have SKPK Princess Elizabeth. Right? These are all schools for visual impairment. And we also have one in Setapak, SMPK Cacat Penglihatan Setapak. Also a secondary school only for students with visual impairment. So we do placement based on their dominant disability, which is the visual impairment. Okay, right. So currently in our country, this is not really a latest number. This one is about I think the number I took is in 2019. Okay, but we have more than this now. So we have about 2,136 students enrolled in special education schools. Currently, we have 28 preschools and primary schools for special education, sekolah pendidikan khas. 28 and a number of 6 secondary schools, both for visual and also hearing impairment. Right? I'm not going to go in detail. All this information, you get it in the net, okay, in the MOE website. And then we have this, we call Special Education Integration Program. Okay, I box it red. Why? I tell you later why. Okay, now what is Special Education Integrated Program? It provides special education classes located in a normal mainstream school. Okay, quite a number of primary schools and secondary schools already have this SEIP program. In Malay, we call PPKI, Program Pendidikan Khas Integrasi, PPKI. If you're not so familiar with the SEIP term, I'm sure quite a number of you are familiar with the term PPKI, which is in Malay, right now. So in these schools, students are actually confined to their own special education programs in special classes, but they share access to all the facilities with other normal students in the school. That means di bawah satu bumbung, okay, under the same roof. We have mainstream classes and we have special education classes. The mainstream students will learn the mainstream syllabus, the KSSM, the KSSR, and the special needs students will have their own special education syllabus. But we are under the same roof. We share the same canteen, we share the same field, we go to, we attend assembly together, we involve with the sports day together, children's day, everything together, but we learn separately. We have our separate syllabus, separate classes, and we have our own set of teachers who are teaching in the special education integrated program. The mainstream teachers would not come to the special education program to teach. Okay, we have a group of teachers on our own. We have a head to manage the program as well. Okay, that's what it means by PPKI, SCIP program. So over here, look at the number, 74,696 students are enrolled in special education PPKI programs, and a number of preschools and primary schools are about 1,620. This is more, so more and more. We are getting more and more enrollment, right? And a number of secondary schools with SEIP programs are about 885. Now, let's go back to the category of special needs students that we saw earlier, right? We saw earlier over here, right? Under Ministry of Education. So that masalah pembelajaran, the autism, children with autism, ADD, ADHD, they all come under the special education integrated program, whereby their dominant disability is autism, dominant disability is Down syndrome. Dominantly, they have ADD, ADHD, other learning difficulties, low learners. They are the one who goes to SEIP program, okay, PPKI program. And the third option, education option that we have for our students with special needs is they are also not left behind. Not all students with special needs are suitable to be in the SEIP program. Some are intellectually high. They have very high IQ. They can cope with the mainstream syllabus. They can do maths, they can do chemistry, they can do maths, they can do physics, they can do BM well, can do English well. They cannot be fit into the PPKI syllabus, the SEIP syllabus. Okay, we cannot cater them the SEIP syllabus. And if the behavior of that child is conditioned, well conditioned, at the same time the child is able to follow the academic syllabus of the mainstream subjects, okay, the KSSM or KSSR, here we do inclusion. Okay, so what is inclusion? Special education teachers first, they will be doing an assessment for inclusion, where the able special needs students will be placed and study in the normal education classes. We will talk about it more detail later. Okay, because why? Because our government, KPM, is actually pushing for inclusive education. We want more and more students to go for inclusive education by the year of 2025. If you look again at the blueprint, educational blueprint of Malaysia, by the year 2025, we want more students, more special needs students to be in the inclusive education, right? Okay, now there is an advantage.
Oh, I have to interrupt you. You have 3 more minutes. No, already eat into your question and answer.
I'm going to go fast.
Time flies, yeah?
Yeah, time flies, as I said, right? So the period of schooling for special needs students in Malaysia, we have extra 1 year compared to the typical ones. Okay, so the primary level, if the typical ones can be up to 12 years old, special needs can be in the primary school for another extra 2 years. Okay, same goes to if in secondary school, they can be until 17 years old, from 5, right? So the special needs one can be in the mainstream school. In the secondary school up to 21 years old if they are taking upper 6 and lower 6 lah. Okay, right, sorry. Now, since I only have 3 minutes, this one I really need to show. Okay, some of you out there
slightly more towards your Q&A. So
yes, so many parents and therapists might be wondering what kind of syllabus that we are offering in under Ministry of Education for the special needs. So look at it, yeah. Okay, I have also pasted the link. Parents, therapists, pediatricians, everyone can go in, access to the website. Okay, Kurikulum Pendidikan khas. We have 2 Kurikulum Standard Sekolah Menengah Pendidikan khas, Kurikulum Standard Sekolah Rendah Pendidikan khas. Okay, under Sekolah Rendah, we have Kurikulum for Pendengaran, Penglihatan, and Masalah Pembelajaran, Vision, Hearing, and also learning difficulties. Okay, we have separate curriculum, not all fit to one. Okay, not all students go through the same curriculum. No, right? And then as for the sekolah menengah, the secondary school, we have curriculum for Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, Form 5. And we also have curriculum for the low functioning students. Okay, we also have curriculum for the low functioning students. Curriculum for the low functioning students are more on skills, vocational skills. Okay, we have teras subjects like BM, English, Maths, and we also have vocational subjects like Dobi, like agriculture, cleaning, pengemasan, quite a number of. Please go and explore. Please go and explore. Right? Okay, Miss Wan Ling, I think time's up already. I have covered whatever that I'm supposed to cover. Okay, except for the inclusive education part, I think I have covered earlier. Want to know more about it, can ask me questions. Right, let me start sharing the slides first.
Wow, you really know your subject on your fingertips. It's so informative.
You could have given me 45 minutes at least. I could have, covered the whole spectrum.
Wow, it's really, really informative. Only thing is like how many, public out there, I mean, that all this information is also quite new to me. How many public out there is aware that government is doing so much for the special needs?
That's why we need to create the awareness. We need to spread the information. That's the reason why I showed all the websites. Okay, go and learn, especially professionals, okay, who have children with special needs. Okay, we don't want them to doubt the capability, the quality education that ministry is providing. So that's the reason why we cannot be just cakap kosong, right? We need to show them evidence. So that's the reason why I pasted, I showed. Go and get within this 30 minutes. I cannot be I can't go full, right? So I've already given the information. Go and explore. Parents, everyone who are involved with the special need education must explore, must be free to explore.
Yeah, because it's like it's really an eye opener. It's new, a lot of new information for me. But then only one thing that drawn on me, disability, OKU, because we talk about getting parents to sign up for OKU card, but the word OKU is a bit on the negative side. If I am a parent with a special need kids and then like, oh, OKU, can we think of some words that is more positive? And I think I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking aloud. OKU. Oh, I'm showing my card that anak saya orang kurang upaya. I think I will be a bit reserved because some parents just don't think their kids are, because they are, for me, they are not disabled, but they are able differently.
Okay, Miss Wan Ling, actually, the OKU.
Some might have like blind means blind, deaf means deaf, but then they are those with spectrum, like exposure, those with spectrum. I used to deal with a few of the exposure kids. Some are very extreme, some are really very mild. I see they are very capable. But then if we put them under OKU, I don't know. I know the parents that send the kids to me. It's like, no, my child are not disabled. They are not orang kurang upaya. So I was very, very reserved on that word. So I'm just thinking aloud, probably government should relook at the words, and yeah, I guess more people are more willing to register, and then you will have a more accurate data.
Miss Wan Lin, actually, the OKU card that we have right now, the reason one, they revised, we do not have the word OKU. It's with autism, ADD, ADHD, it's something like that. And secondly, only able people like us are talking about negativity of OKU. People who have disability, they want themselves to be addressed as, yes, we have disability.
Exactly.
It's the perception that we have is just the perception of able people, typical people like us. But again, Ms. Wan Ling, the card is not for us. The card is for them, and they want that. They want them to be addressed as people with disability. So because
Really?
I'm in quite a number of groups, OKU groups, disability groups. So this has been quite how do I say, an argument. Only parents are arguing about it. But the adult PWD, the adult people with disabilities, they are fine with the term. They say we are disabled. So what's wrong? We want to be recognized as such. See? So I see that it's only the typical people who are, arguing about the term. And at the same time, this is the term being used even in internationally. So we always fall back to see internationally what are the terms that we use. Same goes to special educational needs. And now our government, our ministry also have changed children with special needs to special educational, children with special educational needs, because we want to be, we want to be same. We want to be same with the international terms.
Right. I saw on the chat, there's one person who kind of like put OKU, orang kelainan upaya. That's not right. Wow.
No matter what, they might be different, but they are not less. Right?
Because, when you want to talk about inclusion in mainstream, I guess is also very important for the so-called other kids to accept them. I guess it's not just training the special needs, but also the mainstream student. That's why I always feel that the empathy has to be instilled in every kid.
So that's why we have inclusive education. And I always advise parents, if you want your child to be in an inclusive setting, it's better to go through the SEIP program rather than just putting the child in any of the mainstreams out there where the child would not get the support. And it's also unfair for the child. Okay, so when parents go through the SEIP program for inclusive education, first of all, we have a set of assessment, which I'm not able to share today. We have a set of assessment. As soon as we receive enrollment, students with special needs enrollment in our schools, in our programs, the first thing we do, Ms. Wan Ling, is to see whether the child can be fit into the inclusive program or not. Then only we think about other options. So when we go through, when the parents go through, when the child go through inclusion through us, through the SEIP program, the child is fully supported by a resource teacher who will be going from the SEIP program. And that teacher will not only empower the mainstream teachers, but he or she will also empower the peers. We also have programs for the peers under the holistic model of inclusive education under ministry.
That's cool.
So it's called Buku Panduan. Parents can also, it's available in the internet. Parents can also go and Google up and see, download the PDF and read through. Buku Panduan Pelaksanaan Program Pendidikan Inklusif.
Fantastic. It's really an eye-opener for me.
Anyway, I'm not saying that we are perfect. Okay, we are not perfect, but we have come way forward, and we have still a long way to go. Right? I'm not saying that everything is perfect. Definitely, there are challenges. There are many schools, parents will have dissatisfaction and so on. But compared to before, we are definitely much ahead. Look at the proper planning that we have for special needs. Look at the the syllabus that the ministry is offering, and with this we will improve. We are getting more and more teachers are being trained. Who are out of universities and IPGs now with bachelor in special education, unlike before. So more and more teachers are being trained in the field.
In fact, in physical education, now we also being exposed to special education, and we went to a blind school. We were playing, because in sports, we are physical education, so we were playing so-called the ping pong, the ball that roll. I have to put my two hands up. When the ball is rolling this side, my back is going the other side. It's totally, we are blindfolded. We are totally out. So that's not always like, they have the ability that we do not have. Their hearing is so good. They can react to where the sound is coming, and for us, when we are blindfolded, we are totally lost. So, but I do have experience with spastic kids, blind kids, and also the deaf. So we have to do umpiring. I think being an umpire for those with deaf kids, you have to be fitter than them, because you have to run in front of them to flag to wave your flag. I was doing umpiring for netball, so it was like a good encounter. Yeah, but then really, I didn't realize that government has actually has gone further than what we used to think of.
Just that from parents' side, what you should do, what you should be doing is, instead of focusing on academic, focus on how to condition the child's behavior first. So for the child to be able to attend school, the first thing that we need to look into is the behavior of the child. Look for strategies. If your child do have behavior problems, challenging behaviors, it's better to intervene as fast as we can, as soon as possible, so that the child will be more ready for learning. So the moment the behavior is not settled and not conditioned, the academic won't be meaningful for the child. That's the reason why most of the time the child is not able to cope in the classroom, not able to cope with lessons. The child shows a lot of challenging behaviors which is harmful to others, not only to himself or herself, but also to harmful to others. So always I see parents focus on academic. Can my child write? Can my child read? Can my child this? Can my child do that? Can my child do maths, do science, this and that? But before all those things are secondary, the first thing that you need to focus and really need to put in effort is condition the child's behavior. When the child is behaviorally conditioned, the child is definitely able to learn, ready for learning.
Yeah,
so
and also they have to be happy.
Yes. Yeah. So behavior is a very important aspect that all parents, I'm sure therapists will be also advising on this. Without a conditioned behavior, it's difficult to help the child move forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shyielathy. It's really a very insightful sharing. So, unfortunately, our time is too short. This is not the end. We have this convention. We hope to be able to hear from the public. If there is a need for this, we probably can have another forum or another convention just solely for special needs kids. Yeah.
Sure, my pleasure. Definitely.
We will want you to come back. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Take care, everyone.
Please do join us at 1 o'clock for the forum. Yeah.
Okay, I will try, Miss Wan Lin.
Okay.
Yeah, I will try. Since it's Deepavali.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you very much.
I will try. Take care. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you. That is Dr. Shyielathy. And next on the list is actually from Mr. Tristan Makin. He is the co-founder and chairman of True Education Works, Ho Chi Minh City. Is Mr. Tristan in?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Tristan. Nice to
Hello.
see you.
Good to see you. Say again?
Let me see. It's still morning. Chào buổi sáng.
I'm sorry. I think your Vietnamese is better than mine, Miss Wan Ling. Okay. But it's really nice to see you, and it is a lovely morning here as well. Yes, you're quite right. So,
Mr. Tristan is actually representing Algorithmic. He's actually from the company called True Education Works. I like your company name. It is indeed. It has to have a true education, then it works. So I'm not going to, because just now we kind of like take a bit time, so you don't. I do not want to waste your time, because I also want to give you enough time to share The topic is how coding makes an impact in the children of the future.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to waste too much of your time. All yours. Tristan.
Thank you very much. I will take it away. Okay, let me share my screen first and then I can just move on. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Excuse me, hold on 1 second just while I set it up. Always technical difficulties at the start. Okay, right.
I had a challenge this morning. My camera suddenly failed to work, so I was on my phone.
That happens.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
This is not good.
Things happen. Can you see my screen now? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
Great. Okay, so it's really a pleasure to work with you guys, and I'm very thankful to Ling for being able to speak about coding. It's something I really love, and it's something that I think is important now, and I think it's going to become more important in the future. So what I'd like to do before I start is talk a little bit about myself so you understand where I'm coming from in my background, okay, and why, and it kind of explains why I think coding is important. So I was a teacher for 7 years. I taught English, I taught IGCSE computer science and other subjects, and I was a specialist teacher working in business and lots of different areas. And then I moved over to academic management and becoming a director. So I've been 8 years as an academic and curriculum director. I've designed and written over 15 books, including books about IELTS in English, business English books, STEM books, and more recently, computer science study materials books as well. And I was very lucky to be the first person to create the first, with my team, first internationally certified STEM curriculum in Asia. But also, I'm a parent. I have a lovely young boy, and so I see education from my perspective as a professional, but also my perspective as a parent as well. A little bit about algorithmics. So I started with algorithmics about 3 years ago, and algorithmics now has grown to do over 300,000 students have been taught coding through our program in over 70 countries now, because obviously we're growing, and 300 cities. And what we do is coding. That's it. So previously I've worked in lots of different fields, but now I focus my attention in coding because I see how important it is for the future of children and giving them opportunities. And that's why I'm really happy to speak with you guys today from Vietnam. So today, what I would like to go through is talking about why I believe coding is important, why I think you can learn coding at school rather than after school, and the opportunities that can bring your children and my children. And I also think I'd like to talk about different programming languages that you can learn and how you can start integrating technology effectively into the lives of your family in a way that it's healthy and good for your long term. Okay, so let's start with why is coding important? But before I even start about why is coding important, I want to talk about what actually is coding. I think it's a term, programming, coding, that we use quite often, but be clear about what it is. Coding is very simple. It's how humans communicate with machines. Now, some people might think, well, computers are a relatively recent development in human history, and so coding is quite a recent thing. But actually, coding has been going for more than 170 years. And it was a woman actually called Ada Lovelace who started coding 170 years ago. working on an actual machine. And that's a really important thing to think about. Coding is not just about computers, it's about machines as well. So let's move on with that idea and now look at why coding is important. Coding is important because it's everywhere, for starters. It's in lots of machines. So when I say coding, I think a lot of people think about websites. They think computer games. They might not like it, but they think computer games as well. So coding is in websites, coding is in computer games, coding is in software, coding is in the apps that we will have on our phone as well. But coding is also in lots of other machines. Your TV will use coding because you're going to press buttons, and when you press buttons on the remote control, that will do things. Coding is in your kitchen, in your microwaves, it's in your ovens. If you go outside, coding is in your cars, it's in your traffic lights, it's in the robots in factories, it's in the machines in hospitals, it's in the machines that we use at banks as well. Coding is in so many different places, and the best part is often we don't even realize it. That's how good it is. And that's why it's important. Coding is everywhere. But coding also connects us. Coding is really important because that's how we buy things from each other. That's how we negotiate, how we communicate with each other. Literally, how I am very fortunate and lucky to be in this chat today, in this discussion, is through coding. None of what we are doing right now would be possible without coding. And so coding is really useful for how we function as people, but also how we connect with each other as people. And that's really important to consider. And finally, why is coding important? Because coding is part of the leaders of the future, I believe, very much. Technologists, people who work with technology, are the people who are driving change, and generally positive change in our society. Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, okay, Jeff Bezos from Amazon as well. All of these people are names that I think you are probably familiar with. And these are leaders of the future. These are leaders of today. But my point is that in the future, people who have coding skills are the ones who are going to be leading the future. And that's why I want to talk about coding with everybody here today. So now I'm going to talk about learning coding at school. It's funny, we learn lots of subjects at school. We learn obviously English and maths and other languages and the sciences, but coding is not a subject yet at school. It's not a specific subject at school. And yet it has so many benefits, and I really appreciate, and I work with lots of international schools who are bringing coding within their curriculum, and they're seeing the benefits it brings. So let's talk about those benefits. Why learn coding? Firstly, coding is not an isolated thing. When you learn coding, you're actually learning lots and lots of other skills that come along with coding. So you're developing problem-solving skills. A lot of coding is about taking a real-world problem and understanding how you can solve that problem with technology skills and with logic. So this could be a maths problem that you could have. It could be some problem with data entry that you might have. It could be a language issue that you might have. And these are all solved through coding online, and that's solved right now. What we will do in the future, what our children and your children will do in the future, that's up to you. Coding is, I think, quite often thought of as a person sitting in front of a computer. And that's seems quite a lonely thing. And I want people to not think like that, because I don't think that's actually a true reflection of what coding is. Coding is actually groups of people working together, and those groups of people have individual tasks to solve a larger problem. A computer game nowadays is not developed by one person or two people generally. It's teams of people coming together. One person can look at the background, one person can look at the sound, one person can look at the physics, okay? And so coding is very much about people working together to solve a problem, whether that's actually asking each other for help or working as a team. And so it's actually really useful for people skills, and a lot of our students get a lot of benefit from working with each other. And that leads me on to the next thing. If you were to ask the top level CEOs in the world, all over the world, for the best companies, and say, what is the most important quality in a CEO? Creativity comes on top. Creativity is incredibly important for senior management positions, director level positions, and actually owning businesses. Creativity in how to think around a problem. To accept you have a problem, but think, what is the best way that I can solve that? And it's being creative that gives you that solution, that gives you that competitive advantage at high levels. And coding gives you that. By working with coding, you can actually make your own solutions. And that's what our students do. We very much drive them to not tell them how to answer it. We give them tools, and they use those tools to creatively solve problems, because it's not one answer. It's not like if I was to say, here's a problem, how do you solve it? There's one way to do it. That's not right. There are numerous ways it can be done. And coding can give you access and understanding about how to be creative with problems. Coding also, although it is a subject, it also supports many other subjects at school. Maths. Coding is very important for maths. Lots of elements come in towards that. For example, understanding the operators. So that's understanding the basic mathematical ways of thinking. So division, multiplication, things like that come into it. But also languages come into it. Physics can come into it as well. Equations are very important as well. So it really supports lots of other school subjects. And finally, higher education. If children study coding, and right now study coding and are able to present for applications to boarding schools or to universities abroad, which is interesting for some parents, you have a much better chance of getting into university if you can show that you have a skill with technology, because there is such a demand for technology in the professional sphere. There's so many job opportunities that are opening for people who can work with technology, and universities are largely driven by the professional market, and they serve that professional market. They put students into those jobs of the future, and universities recognize that is what the professional market is looking for so much at the moment. And you can not only get into university if you're studying a computer science degree or have an IT leaning degree, but also if you're applying for visas in those countries. It's actually a lot easier to get into a country like the United States if you've got a coding or a technology-based background. But that all starts at school. You need to start at school and grow your experience, show you have this interest, and then you will have this great access to the future. And that's why we should learn coding at school. So now I'd like to very much move on to what opportunities does coding bring? So firstly, I mentioned a while ago all the different things that coding is involved in, from our TVs, our air conditioners, our microwaves, our ovens, our cars, our traffic lights, our machines in factories, our satellites in space, okay? All these different things involve coding. And when I talk to children and talk to students about coding, making them aware that actually, when you understand coding, you understand much more deeply the world that we live in. You understand that if I've got a problem with my internet connection, I actually understand what's going on. I don't just see a circle on my machine when something's going wrong. I understand what buffering means. And I think that's really important, to understand the world we actually live in, and technology is a huge part of that world. Next, travel, salary, career. We all want the best for our children. We would not be here in this conversation right now if you weren't interested in the best for your children. I want the best for my child as well. And I think technology allows us to actually get great jobs, jobs that are really growing, jobs that will be there for a while, because if we learn to code, you're not just learning for a job that is here now, you're learning for a job that doesn't even exist. You're learning for the jobs in the future. If you look, certainly in Vietnam, where I'm based, there are so many big companies that have grown in the last 15 to 20 years, 10 years, in fact, maybe 5 for some of them, which are technology based. And they're growing and they're growing and they're hiring more staff and they're looking for more people who can help them sell things online or present material online. So it gives us an opportunity to have an attractive salary because there's this demand. And it also gives us the opportunity to travel. We can travel to lots of places using our coding skills because people want to work. And they also realize that also you can have a flexible work-life balance. A lot of us were affected by COVID. I certainly was affected by COVID and I had to stay at home for 6 months. But because I work in a coding background, I was able to pretty easily transition my work from the office to home and conduct classes and work with other teachers through coding and through being online. And that means we can have a flexible work-life balance. And that's very nice. And finally, we want our children to be entrepreneurs. We don't just want our children to work for the businesses that are successful now. I think we want our children to make the businesses of the future. And every business nowadays has a system. And that system has to be coded. That system doesn't just grow from trees, unfortunately. That system is created. And if you understand coding and how it works, you can understand the business as a whole, because you understand the system that drives your business, that's behind everything within businesses. And so I'm very much wanting children to have jobs in the future and work for companies, but also I really want them to think about starting their own companies. So I get this question a lot, so I wanted to talk about this because I think if I get this question, you might be thinking about it as well. What programming language should my child learn? So there are probably about 2,000 different coding languages, programming languages out there. There are a lot of different languages, okay? And so I'm going to talk about 2 languages and why I believe they're quite important, but they share common things with other coding languages as well. So firstly, when we're trying to get our children to access something, we don't want something that's complicated. We don't want something that will put our children off because it's too complicated. They will feel like they're not interested in it. They don't want to engage with it. So we want something that's simple, something that's easy to access for our children. And so I recommend looking for languages like that. Now, Python is a very good coding language, but also I want to talk about block coding, something like Scratch. So I think some parents might be familiar with Scratch. It might be taught in schools, and I would encourage kids to get involved with it, because that's the first stage in coding, is understanding how it works in blocks. Rather than writing the coding out, Scratch involves moving blocks of code that are already created into the right place. So start with something simple. Let children create with that. And then you also want a programming language that's got lots of resources available, okay? Now there are lots of languages, JavaScript, HTML, and obviously Python, because that's the language that I largely work with, because it's used in so many different things and so many different applications. So you want something with lots of resources available, not only resources in how to learn the language, but also if you've got a problem that you want to solve, you want to be able to speak to other people who can help you. And actually, there's so many great people who study some of the common languages and work with common languages, that if I've got a problem with my code, I can very easily just go online and within two minutes, 2 hours maybe, type up a problem and somebody will give me a response about that problem. And so you want something that's quite popular as a language, that's readily used, okay? And you want something that has multiple uses. So we're working with websites, and we work with the websites quite a lot. And I'm sure a lot of parents have heard of a language called HTML, Hypertext Markup Language. Sounds very nice. The hypertext markup language is actually a relatively easy language to learn, but you can only use it for websites. And so it limits children what they can do. And it becomes frustrating because you learn this great thing, but you can only apply it to websites. So I would encourage you to find a language which has multiple uses. So something like Python can be used for websites, it can be used for data creation, games, designing logos, so many different things. And that gives children the understanding that they can learn it and then apply it in lots of different ways. And that's exciting. And finally, you want to be able to choose a language which can produce projects, okay? We talked about using for different things. You want your kids to be able to create their own projects, create their own games, create their own chatbots, okay? And that's what we do. And towards the higher end of our students, we're looking for them to build a portfolio, a range of things that they can create, and then they attach that as a link to their university applications. They are building a portfolio of their skills. They're showing what they can do. And you want a programming language that can show what you can do, because it's about your creativity that drives it and the students' creativity. So we want them to build a portfolio. So that's what kind of programming languages we should look at. Now, I'd like to look at how we can integrate technology effectively. Because I said technology is all around us, but that doesn't mean it's always a great thing that our kids, we don't want our kids necessarily. I certainly don't want my child to be constantly on a phone, constantly watching TV. That's not something I'm happy with. I want a healthy balance. I want my son to be able to go outside and play and do things and meet with other people. And so when I introduce technology to my son and we use different apps together, I make sure that there are rules that are understood. And I would really encourage you to have rules when you're introducing technology for your children, because they're not going to suddenly start coding if you give them a computer. They're going to try lots of different things, and that's great. But if you set rules, children like rules. I think this is something which is often talked about negatively. Rules are negative things. They think to stop you doing things. Rules don't stop you doing things. Rules guide you on how to do things properly if the rules are correct and they're made well. So I have rules for my son. I say we use the tablet between certain times, often actually just before bed, actually. My son's quite young. So, but I have a rule saying, so he knows what to expect. This is when he will be using the tablet and we will be doing coding activities together and playing on apps together. This is when we do it. And I also make sure my son is aware it's not his tablet. I'm letting him use my tablet. And that's really important because children can get very upset quite quickly if they think that you're taking away their thing. But if you explain to them that it's not their thing, it's something that we share and we use together, then they're much more accepting of how we restrict use. So I set a rule about that. Another thing is when we look at technology with children, I don't want people to think that all technology is the same. If I give my child a tablet or I put him in front of a computer, that all the children have the same benefit. That is just not true, and it needs to be understood by parents, okay? You need to look at what your child is doing. The same as if your child is on a playground. You don't just let them go on the playground and go and get a coffee. You watch what they're doing. You watch them on the swing. You watch them go down the slide. You watch them climb. And so when children are using technology, you should apply that same supervision with that technology and understand, yeah, children might want to watch videos online. They might want to watch funny videos of cats falling over or dogs running into water. They might want to watch videos, but I don't want my son just watching videos. It's a very passive activity. He's not really gaining from it. And so I want my child to be practicing new skills and being creative. And so I download the apps and I look at what apps he's using and how he's developing his skills. Now my son's quite young, so we are quite often doing drag and drop exercises, moving things around and learning how to draw with tablets. But I'm very much involved in that process, and I understand that not all technology use is equal. And I hope we get that as well. Start simple. That's the next thing. If you're going to integrate technology, don't make it something that's complicated and unpleasant to learn, okay? Even if you're, whatever you're doing, you want, whether it's learning chess or learning a language, you start with basics, things that are easy. So start simple, basic skills, and then you can develop onto the higher things, okay? But if you start on a complicated thing because you think that's what I want my children to do in the future, they're never going to get there because they will be discouraged. They won't enjoy it, okay? And we'll talk about that. Next thing is use publicly. Really, really important for children that you don't let them just sit by themselves in an isolated place away from everything because it's easy, and just by themselves. I want them to use the technology publicly. So whether we're on a computer or on a tablet, I can see what my child is learning, and my child knows I can see what he's doing. And it's the same with our students as well. We make sure that the teacher can see every screen the students are actually using, because we should be being open about what we use, okay? And that gives us confidence and allows us to be comfortable. The child can be comfortable knowing that the child is in a safe environment, and we can be comfortable knowing that we understand what our child is doing. The next thing is look at the process, not the product, okay? I have failed. I have failed so many times in my life. My wife tells me and reminds me quite often, in fact, that I fail all the time, but that's okay. Because every time I fail, I learn from that mistake, and I try not to do, not always, but I try not to do that mistake again. And failure is good. So when your child works with technology, whether that's a simple coding thing or something more complex, they're going to have mistakes. The first thing they create, they're not going to suddenly create Call of Duty or create an amazing computer game. And they might want to, but they're not going to. It's going to start with something simple. But by doing that simple thing, they have so many challenges that they're going to learn. And it's the process of creating something that's really important and that we want to encourage. It's not the product, it's the journey, it's not the destination. That's what we want to be talking about with our children, and being proud when they go on that journey, when they start that process. Be proud of those things. Finally, have fun. What's the point? If you're not going to have fun, what's the point for a child? It just doesn't give them the benefit, really. Enjoy it. Whatever you should be doing, you should be having fun with it. They should be enjoying it. And you should be sharing in that experience with your child. If your child's just isolatedly working on the computer by themselves, they're not going to enjoy it so much. They're not going to want to continue it, because actually people want to be recognized. Everybody, not just children, by the way, adults as well, they want to be recognized for what they're doing. People like being told, listen, you've done that well, you've put a lot of effort into that, and I appreciate that. I like that. I like that, hearing that from my staff. I like hearing that from my family as well. And so please make sure you do that as well. Show interest in what your kid's doing. Ask questions. Ask lots and lots of easy, simple, nice questions to show you're involved. And then when your child can answer some of those questions, encourage that more. Ask more questions. Ask, what can you do next? What would you like to do? What would you like to be able to do next? Ask those questions. Have fun with it, okay? We are very lucky when we have children, so let's make sure we enjoy this time that we have. And that is what I'd like to say. Thank you very much for spending the time and listening to me. And I hope that out of everything, you take a little bit of interest in coding and the opportunities that it can bring to you and your children. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Tristan, your timing is so great. I was thinking about to tell you that you have 5 more minutes. You already eat into the Q&A. We are just ending.
That's great.
I must say one thing that I have to agree with you. Just now you mentioned the word failure. You know how I define failure? Failure is when you fail, if you fail to participate, you are not a failure. But if you fail to participate, you are a failure. Because when you participate, there's only 2 outcomes. Either you rejoice when you succeeded, or you learn something. As you mentioned, yeah, I learned something. I like that.
Yeah, I just obviously, I really like it. I think that people are ashamed to say, like, I don't know. In my classroom, I don't know is my favorite answer from a student, because that's when I know I can start the learning process. And so if a student, I ask a question, the student says, I don't know, I say, good answer. That is the right answer, okay? And I would really encourage other people to think like that as well.
You know, this is just, wow. I am, you know, I'm in the generation which I'm not the tech savvy, neither I'm the tech native. So I always like, you know, those coding, it sounds like a big thing. I'm sure, you know, some of the older parents out there is also feeling that, unless they are, you know, the tech person that, yeah, I'm not enjoying, wanted to know. But based on your experience, do you have adult students? Do you teach adults, or you?
Yeah, we teach up to, so actually we go from 5 years old to generally about 17. So generally we work within a school range, but we do have some adult students. So we go up to about 20, mid-20s, let's say. For
because
some of
I always feel that in order for for the kids to really enjoy learning, parents is the prime mover. If parents have no idea of what coding is all about, if the kids are, as you say, on screen time all the time, of course, at times they move into passive screen time. But then if they are into active screen time and parents are, you're all the time on screen. So I guess.
Yeah. I think saying that you're all the time on the screen, and it depends what you're doing on that screen. If you're on the screen watching a video, it's very different from if you're on the screen creating something, creating a game that you're going to share. So something we do in our lessons, which I really like, is we invite the parents to actually come in the last lesson of any course that we do. The parents come in and we talk to them about what the students have done, and then the students will talk themselves about what they've done and show what they've created. And it's the nicest feeling. It's the nicest feeling as a parent to be proud of your child. And it's nicer for a child when you know your parent is proud of you. And I really want to encourage that. And that's not really just with coding, that's with anything. If we're with education, pride. And if we can have pride in what we're doing, people are definitely going to do it more, because it's such a nice feeling to have.
Fantastic. One more thing that just now I kind of like the fact that you mentioned how you were sharing equipment, computer with your tablets with your kids. I think for a younger child, instead of giving them the feeling that this is mine, this tablet is mine, and when you take it away from them, you'll see that they throw tantrum, because to them it's mine. Why are you taking it away from me? But the way that you do, like, I am allowing you to use my tablet. So when you want to take it away, they will feel that, oh yeah, it's not mine, and I got the privilege just now to use it. I should be grateful. And I think that is very important. And for older kids, when they understand, if they can control time. But for younger kids, I think that is a great move. I think parents out there, pick up this song, because I do see children throwing tantrum because the mother said, no more phone for you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tristan. This is very insightful. I enjoy it. But because
thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure to speak with you guys.
Sorry?
It's just been a real pleasure to speak with you guys. I love sharing what we do. I get excited about it all the time. I smile a lot, so I'm very lucky. Thank you very much. All right, I'll pass you over.
Thank you so much. Please do stay on. We are moving into the forum to wrap up the day. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, there'll be more the other speakers joining in. So just give them a little bit time to come in. Thank you again, Tristan. Enjoy your session.
By the way, Tristan, my name is Amer.
Nice to meet you, Amer.
So how many students do you have in Algorithmics Vietnam?
So in Vietnam, we have just touching 1,000 students right now. Yeah, so we work within the south of the country generally, but again, because it's coding, we can work online. And so it's nice to be able to work with a large body of different students. And we're obviously a growing company. And yeah, I think it's great. I love working with all the children that we work with.
So 1,000 is a lot. Do you cover all over the country or certain parts of Vietnam?
We particularly focus in the south of Vietnam, but it's funny, I'm actually in the north of Vietnam in Hanoi at the moment for a technology conference, working with other universities to understand how we can actually bring more digital courses online. So I look at the coding behind digital courses as well, because it allows so many more people to have access to education. And I think that's why we are here today, is talking about education and our love for education. And I've got a genuine love for education because I love that a student who comes from a farm, in a farming background, and doesn't have the funds. Now, if you have access to a computer through an internet cafe or something else like that, you have access to a world of future ahead of you.
True.
That's what I love.
We have with us Dr. Saiful.
Hello.
Hi. Trying to save the voice here a bit. All good? Fantastic speech, Tristan.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm gonna have to go to coding too.
You should. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
But you were saying you also cover adult students, you were saying?
Yeah, we teach adult students as well. A lot of people, especially at university level, so young adults, to be fair, come to us, and they will like maybe if they're in between courses or if they're on a summer break, quite often they'll come and realize that they're missing something. And I think that's what it is. Actually, we get lots of students who are actually learning different things, but they'll realize actually they're missing a component which would really help them develop their career and their opportunities. And if they've got that coding language, then they can use all their other skills so much more widely. And that's generally why we get those students.
Because I also am aware that in most occupation nowadays, they always ask the question, do you know coding? Do you know coding? You know, regardless whether whatever your career is, it's always that question, do you know coding?
Just because it can do so many things. And I think that's the thing, is every business uses coding. I don't know a business that doesn't use coding, to be honest. Even if you're just using an Excel sheet, that's coding effectively. If you're going to use Excel to any degree of actual usefulness, you're coding your Excel sheet. And a business is very much run on figures, as I tell my business partner regularly. So it's important that we have an understanding of how to use those things. Yeah, so every business uses it nowadays.
We have someone who has a very long comment in the chat box. If you can see it, Tristan. Can you see the chat?
I'll bring, whoa, that is a long chat.
That's coding.
That is coding. That's a very interesting comment. And I very much agree that at the end of that, it talks about cognitive, psychological personality. And yeah, it's part of a child's development, very much a part of like just how you can think and how you can think calmly and deal with a problem in a rational way. And what we want is, there are a lot of problems in this world at the moment, and what we want is problem solvers.
Sure. Ling, you're muted. You are still muted, Ling. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. that was not coding, okay?
How are you feeling, Dr. Saiful? Are you feeling better?
Yeah. 2 more Panadols. Good to go.
Are the rest of the speaker joining?
I think we can start.
Let's start and then let them join if they are free to join.
Right.
So thank you very, very much. We have everybody here. I think I'll pass the, how do we say this, the actual organization to Prof. Amer. But nonetheless, thank you very, very much for us. This is our first time doing this, Tristan. So this is the third day, third Saturday morning, yeah, until early afternoon. Alhamdulillah, it's been great, and it's also on the eve of Deepavali in Malaysia, as all over the world. So quite a few not able to make it in the whole session, but nonetheless, Tara and Tara, we have more than 500 participants listening to all the wonderful presentation, especially yours, Tristan. It's a real eye-opener. Dr. Sheila too, I feel like every time I come, there's something new to be learned, making me feel like, oh, there's so much more that I have to learn, which is fantastic. I'm one of those Tristan, because I'm full-time trainer, Prof, right? And then MCO came, COVID came, everything was closed, so I had to learn how to use Zoom, Google Meet, or else there's like no business whatsoever. Let's hope our children don't have to go through that. Yeah, they are a bit more ready to face what the future will have for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because luckily I got some nice younger staff in the world extremely patient with me, coaching me to do it step by step, and I tried to have a lot of coffee so as not to be angry. But well, we made it. We made it. Now we have our MBA program. That's like the team building part of it done online. Now they like it so much because they have students from all over the world. I'm sure at a city university also that you do that, Now you can't change because the system is like that, yeah, which is better commercially and as well as in terms of education, more reach to it. But now I'll go to the first speaker and chairman of this wonderful conference on education and parenting online, Prof. Dr. Amin Hamzah, Dean of City University Grad School, to, it sounds like almost an irony, or oxymoronic, to open the closing part of our seminar.
I think we had a wonderful 3-day convention. We had different speakers. We had the Deputy Director General of Education who came and also shared his thoughts on what he thinks about education and parenting. And then he mentioned something about reading. He mentioned about our performance in terms of STEM education. There is always this comparison, Tristan, about how Malaysia is doing as compared to the other nations all over the world. Plus the fact that Malaysia is not doing that well in STEM education. And also, we had Dato Frida, we had also someone who talks about, I don't remember her name, Dr. Indabir, sorry, about this, gifted children. So we had so many speakers with us, which we believe contributed so much to the convention. We are hoping to continue to do this. That was the reason why we immediately accepted the proposal by Kids Our Future when they approached us earlier. So we hope to reach out to as many parents as possible within the country and later maybe even within the region and throughout the world now that we are connected. And I have to especially thank you, Tristan, for agreeing to come on such a short notice. I am so thankful that you are here, that you are sharing your thoughts and the thing about programming.
I love the opportunity. Thank you very much. Honestly, I really like just sharing about how we can help, and work together is really important. So thank you.
Dr. Saiful?
Yeah, thank you, Tristan, because I'm still trying. You look like a film star, Hollywood, but not from America. I'm still trying. I'll text you once I figured it out. It was either that or a pop rock group. Yeah, so maybe one of
Wow.
that. Maybe
This
one
is
of
the
that.
nicest thing. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Ling, you had your session today. We will be definitely talking about what we plan to talk, but like in my thought, it was supposed to be about something else. But there were so many issues, so many angles. I do hope that putting word in her mouth, I do hope that we'll collate everything, arrange all the information, and come out with perhaps. Can we call it a book or a compendium or something about what we have talked about? Because there's so much, and then there's like the ending from Tristan is like Yeah, man. We should do more of this. I was talking to Prof. Amer this morning before coming to one link. We think that something is a problem, and then we actually talk to the person is something else. We were supposed to be doing some kind of a recycling type program in Thailand, and we thought the problem was funding. No, no, they had no problem with funding. And we thought the problem maybe policy is not quite right. No, they got no problem with the policy. Actually, people just don't want to change because it's much easier just to throw stuff. So how can we get that to do it? And then when we talk to guys from South America, they come up with like since there will be people when they are collecting garbage, they're looking for the good stuff. Why do we just give them incentive when they collect the good stuff? The not so good stuff, you arrange them nicely, so we'll pay you X amount of money, you know. So we'll find solutions, and I'm very sure in this wonderful convention of ours, we found many solutions, many ideas, and of course, you know, people like Tristan come in and make me feel so insecure because lack of I cannot say the lack of knowledge, no knowledge whatsoever on that, which makes me feel like okay, it's okay. I'm 51 this year. By 52, I need to know this. By 52, I need to do this. One Ling, your thoughts, my friend.
Well, I guess for me, the positive mindset is very important. You know, whatever we do, never give up. Continue to look for solution. This is one thing that we will have to. You have to instill in everyone, because the world is changing so fast that if we want to stay put at where we are, be comfortable where we are, we're going nowhere, really going nowhere. So that's why I wanted to ask, you know, Tristan just now, like for the adults, I mean,
no more, Ali. Cannot ask Tristan any more question. This is
no, just now I was thinking of asking Tristan. No, I did ask Tristan for the adults, you know, whether it's like coding. Coding now is like, it's all around us. It's just like air is all around us. We can't run away. But how many of the adults are actually putting ourselves to learn coding? So because we do not have that mindset of learning is lifelong. Yeah. And we're just like, yeah, it's the new technology, it's for the new generation. But we really, I think that is really very wrong. If we, just now, there's also parents has to show good example. If parents are not taking the step to pick up the new technology, and the kids might gonna ask you, you know, if you're pushing them to do, why do I have to do it? You also not doing it. So I guess this is great emphasis that we have to relook at, and as adults, relearn, or how should I put it? You have to reset and relearn. Then you can be a good example for the younger generation, for them, you know, the future challenges.
I was thinking one link, if you want to learn coding, you can secretly learn from behind while your daughter is learning from Tristan's classes.
I can learn from you, Dr. Amer.
So this is very apt, Tristan, because Prof. Amer's PhD is something on lifelong learning. You know? I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And then
my thesis is on lifelong learning. Yeah, correct.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid anymore of coding because Tristan, because we're sharing a platform. Technically, in coding world, that makes you my friend. So I'm not worried anymore. It's taken care of. And if I need funding, I'm just going to go to one link. So no worries whatsoever. And if I need some kind of certificate, I'll ask City University to give me one, just in case, you know, they don't believe that I can do coding. So again, thank you very much, One Ling. Thank you, Prof. Now, Tristan, you have inspired us. About coding, sorry, accidentally muted myself. So can you just say a few more words in your hope that, and especially in this region, what more can we do to create the awareness, you know, that we should have this much early, because that wonderful explanation in the chat is like a we were stopping our children from going at it at an earlier age on something that they really, really, really need.
So something which everybody here has kind of said a little bit is as though when you're an adult, you don't want to do coding or you don't want to start coding. I didn't start coding until I was an adult. So I want to be really clear about that. I didn't learn coding at school. I didn't have the opportunity. When I went to school, there were no computers at my school.
Oops,
well,
you've
there
just
were, but-
mentioned your age. We can now guess.
I'm old. Let's just say that. But my point is actually, but you can, that's the thing about the internet is so great, is you can actually go online and I can find in 2 minutes, I could find a website which will teach me some basic coding, some understanding. Now, you don't need to actually go on and learn a whole language. But if you were to go on and show in front of your child and say, I'm humble enough that I'm an adult and I'm still happy to start learning something new, think about how your child's going to respond to that. And I think that's a really positive message to say to a child is, listen, I don't know how to do this yet, but I'm just going to sit in front of it. I'm going to try. And I might not be brilliant at it, but I'm going to try and I'm going to learn something. And if you do that in front of your child will learn that. They'll learn two things. Hopefully they will learn some coding, but importantly as well, they will learn that, as you've said, learning is a long time journey. It doesn't stop. Okay. And so I would encourage people, if you've got any interest or you want your kids to do it, don't just say, oh, it's something I'm going to do, or I need to sign up for a course. No, you don't. You need to sit down with your child. They don't even need to be watching you too carefully. Just be around you and watch you studying. And that's a great lesson for them, I think. And then they'll learn coding.
Thank you very much, Tristan. We have a comment here. Love the British sound, Tristan. And then, of course,
Nice,
something that is putting me and, of course, Prof. Amer to shame yet again. We do have coding being taught at primary level year 4 at the age of 10. And, I have a good reason. My kids are all grown up. So maybe they did not go through this. So we're going to have to blame one Ling on this, because your daughter is still at that particular age. But nonetheless, no more of this blame game. We just do the best. If we can find someone like Tristan to help us, we'll find him. If not, then we'll find someone else. But hopefully it'll be Tristan because of the British sounding explanation. Sort of give more soothing feeling, so to say. Nonetheless, again, thank you very, very much for your participation. Hopefully, we can invite all of you again. And then we plan to have more of this, God willing. And then in terms of the writing too, for some who are perhaps lecturers or teachers, we could include them also part of their contribution towards just doing a wee bit more. And I'm pretty sure by next year, the wee bit more will be a bit more strategized, because we do only have so much that we can do. We need to ensure that all the efforts, energy, funds spent must be directed, the focus in a focused manner, so that the result will be much, much better for our children, our future. Thank you very, very much again, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are very good to go to the closing speech. Shall we check with our manager whether our wonderful Tuan Haji Azmil is already in with us? Tuan Haji Azmil Kuzaid Zakaria, advisor to the Board of Trustees of Yayasan MK, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I see him there.
Okay, fantastic. He is, of course, a guy very much in love with education.
Hello.
Tuan Haji, Assalamualaikum. Long time no see. As useful as ever, as useful as ever. With this kind of look, Tuan Haji, you need to join politics, of course. But again, better not. Yeah?
No.
So this is the final part of this 3 Saturday program, Tuan Haji. We just had our conclusion forum-like conclusion. We've had 4 speakers. I was one of the speakers too for today. We have Prof. Amer Hamzah Jantan, the Dean of City Graduate School, City University, and we have Ling, the CEO of Kids Our Future, main organizer, of course, together with City University, organizing this event. And we just had Mr. Tristan, who's explaining everything possible about coding in half an hour. So I'm going to have to write a lot out of this. I believe a long time ago, Tuan Haji and myself, we wrote an article together. You know? It could be something like this too.
Yes.
But
yes.
unfortunately, Tuan Haji, I am not like you. I don't seem to be growing younger like you. Yeah?
No, actually, I beg to differ. You look younger than you did when we were working together. You know, as you can see, I've lost all my hair.
You were pressuring me then with all the SOPs. Had to look old to be convincing. Nonetheless, thank you very, very much, Tuan Haji, for joining us. So without further ado, we would like to invite you to say a few words and officially close this wonderful, wonderful program that without the help of the sponsors, the friends, City University, and to tell you, Tuan Haji, that I've invited you, but I'm still talking, so many, would not even want us to name them. They just want to be part of this. They just want to be the part of this. Hopefully, it'll be like that too in the next installation of this program. So without further delay, we invite Tuan Haji Azmil to give his closing speech.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum all, and a very good afternoon. I think first off, I have to congratulate the team behind all of this. Kids Our Future, the university. Of course, I have to mention in particular Supra, who convinced us to come on board. It was very easy for him to convince us, of course. We've worked with him for a long time, and it was our pleasure to participate in something like this. Of course, officially, my designation today is advisor for Yayasan MK. And I'll give you a bit of background on us. We were formed 22 years ago or so by Arwah Tan Sri Mustafa Kamal, my father-in-law. And over the years, education had been such an important thing for him. So in fact, that's how I started working with Dr. Saiful, Supra. I had my education company with my wife. It was focusing on early childhood education, of course. But education in general is something that was very close to the late Tan Sri's heart. He took it very seriously. It was something that all of us, his kids, his in-laws, his grandkids, it's a legacy that we want to that we want to continue, our contribution to education. It's such a critically important thing. Of course, it's so great to see some familiar faces, and Dr. Saiful, of course, and having looked at the speakers, I have to note that I'm a Chempakan. I'm an ex-Chempakan, briefly, and so it was good to see that Datuk Frida spent some time on this as well. So at the end of the day, education, of course, early childhood, it's a very small industry, and we generally know each other once you've spent some time in the field, in the industry. All right, so I'll go on a bit about my own involvement and why I think this is something tremendous. As I mentioned, I had my own early childhood company, and we were involved, my wife and I were involved for about 15 years. I'll admit, after 15 years of being in the industry, I got a bit tired. And I'll admit, towards the end of it, I was a bit demotivated and demoralized. It was a tough tough industry to be involved in. So at the 14th year, this was about 4 years ago, we decided to take a break from the industry. So we actually sold our company, shut down part of it, and we went into a much easier industry, property development. It's such an easy, straightforward thing. All you have to do is build a building, sell it, and then that's it. Yeah, it's easy, but I'm exaggerating, of course. But it's so much easier than education, because education, we're dealing with the future lives, especially early childhood education. We're dealing with the future lives of, the future of the planet. We've always believed that early childhood, the reason why we went into early childhood in particular is because that's the foundation of it all. That's the base of humans' future potential. My late father-in-law would always say as well, and why he encouraged us to get into it is because, if he's building the greatest buildings in Malaysia, green buildings and smart buildings, smart homes, whatever, but if the people occupying it are not of a, good caliber, then he might as well just build normal buildings, mud huts and whatnot. But we have to make sure that the people occupying these buildings in the future are of a high caliber. So that's why we got into early childhood. We wanted to really ensure that the future of the country was assured. But of course, as I said, I've taken a sabbatical. It's 4 years so far, but hopefully sometime soon I'll get back into education. I feel the drive coming back that I need to go back into education. It's something that's still very close to my heart in particular, also my wife's heart. We feel that we're not done with education yet. So inshallah, in the next year or so, I might come back into education. And it's something that we feel there's still a lot of work to do. Yeah. I think, of course, in the 15, 16, 17 years or so now since we first started in education, a lot has changed, of course. A lot has developed and a lot has grown. There's been tremendous growth in the field, tremendous development in the field. But I think we still have a long way to go. Not just in Malaysia, I think around the world, there's still a lot more that needs to be done for education. Particularly, of course, my focus is early childhood, but also in terms of special needs. There's still a big gap. In my years in education, I've gone around, I had a look at how they do things in the States, how they do things in the UK and Finland and Australia, China, Singapore, all over. I've gone and visited their centers, seen the way they do things. And I think there's still room for improvement here in Malaysia. I think we have to be honest and say there's a lot that needs to be done to promote inclusive education, to promote, there's still a dire shortage of specialists in special needs. And I think this is where the universities, especially the training providers, we need more specialists in the special needs area. It is a chicken and egg scenario as well. I do understand, and this is what I had experienced myself. There's, yes, one, there's a manpower shortage, but two, I think there's still a huge stigma around special needs, not just in Malaysia, around the world, around this region in particular. I think our culture here still stigmatizes special needs, and we need to change that. And that starts with things like this and creating awareness. The comment here, improvement in facilities and teachers, awareness among parents, that's exactly it. We need to improve the awareness, and we need to demystify and destigmatize special needs. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's something that a lot of people have, and it can be overcome with the proper care and guidance. So I think these steps are still needed. These things are still needed, not just in Malaysia, but around the world. And I think having that international perspective, I know you've got some pretty good international perspectives in these sessions. But it's important for us to understand. I spent so much time going overseas, not because I didn't believe in the specialists we have here, and we do have a lot of great specialists in Malaysia. We have a lot of great subject matter experts who I've worked with throughout the years. But it's always important to have the international perspective, because we need to get those different viewpoints. We need to get those different opinions. And I think doing something like this really helps that. All right, so kudos to all of you. I think this is something, I can speak for quite a few of the listed sponsors on screen there. We're all a family. I think this is something that we'd love to support in the years to come, because this is definitely something that's needed in the space. And I'd love to see in future sessions a lot of these local subject matter experts, as well as the international subject matter experts sitting in a panel and giving their opinions. I think that would be tremendous for the industry here. So I hope everyone has come away and reading some of the comments. It's very positive, and I do believe that everyone has gained something positive, some new learnings in these sessions. And for us as supporters and sponsors and contributors to this, I think mission accomplished. Right? As long as one person learns something, we've accomplished our goal. All right, so thank you again to the organizers, and of course thank you to the participants, because it's only with good participation that it really becomes effective, and it really becomes something that us as sponsors and supporters, it makes us want to support it more often. All right, so keep coming back, keep these people in your sights, because I think they're going to be doing more of these things. I think the name of their organization, Kids Our Future, is spot on, because for a lot of us, it's too late already. Yes, it's never too late to learn. I'm a strong believer in that, and in my first year off, right, just after I sold my company, I thought I'd learn a bit of coding. I got 2 weeks into it, and then something else came up, and I decided to learn that. But it's never too late to learn. But on the other hand, it's so much harder for us to learn unless you really dedicate your time to it. But for the kids, it's so easy. And I think these are the things which interest them today. And they are our future, because we don't own this planet. We're just holding it in trust for the future generations. I think that's something that everyone has heard before, and it's true. So again, thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for making such a success. And I wish everyone the best of luck in everything they do. And you know, this is something that we are truly doing for the children. All right, so with that, you know, I guess I'll say the words. I officially declare this session closed, and thank you to all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Tuan Haji. Ditto here too. I did another master's, you know, but after 2 sessions, the teacher didn't want to come anymore, so I stopped. Right. So thank you very, very much, Tuan Haji, for coming to help us, of course, officially end this wonderful session. We will, of course, learn from the organizing to make it better, to have more, to have better way of disseminating the information to everybody, because this is, of course, information that needs to be discussed and disseminated as frequently as possible. Thank you very much also to City University for really helping us organizing this event, especially to Prof. Dr. Amer, and of course to our CEO of Kids Our Future, Ling. Thank you. She's smiling, you know, she's extremely nervous, you know, actually, but she maintained her smile, decorum, so on and so forth. Again, thank you very, very much. So see you again, not to say next same time next year, but hopefully earlier. Yes.
I have to interrupt you. Would you be able to give me a little bit of time to say my special thank?
Oh, please do, please do.
Firstly, thank you very much, Dr. Saiful, for being the moderator. Thank you so much, Dr. Amer, for being the chairperson. And of course, this convention will not take off if not for the sponsor and for the speakers. So I would like to take this time to thank them individually. Thank you, IHR. You're great. Because of you, you know, the convention takes off. Thank you, Tech. Tech is actually the team, the tech team is from Tech. So they are actually supporting us throughout these three days. On day 1, we did a hybrid and they are there for us. Thank you so much, Tech. And we have Yayasan MK. Thank you so much for your contribution. Please continue to support us. We also have MK Group, where Don Haji Asmil is from. Thank you so much, Satya Haruman. And we have, thank you, QD. These are all our supporters. Thank you, Penang Women's Development Council. So they are also supporting us. Thank you, Ling. Thank you, PWDC. Thank you, Algorithmic. Thank you, because we are using their center. This is Algorithmic Putrajaya. Thank you, the Java Factory, for your contribution. Thank you, Yayasan OBYU, for your contribution. without all these sponsors, it will be very difficult for us to move on for this convention. And of course, one more group, we also have individual sponsor like Datin Quickie Chong and Prawn Sri Datin Sri Latifah Hashim. And we also have Juliet Tam. So these are, they're contributing on their own capacity. Thank you so much, all the sponsors. And of course, we can't do without our speakers. So I would like to also name all these speakers. I'm sure you already have some of them, know of them, but then give me a chance to also say my gratitude. I would like to thank Yang Berusaha, Dr. Ahmad Rafi Cik Hasib. He's actually the Deputy Director General of Education. We have, thank you, Dr. Noraini Haji Zainal Abidi. Thank you, Dr. Indabil. Dr. Noraini is actually from City University, Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Indabil. She is actually with My Path. She has her own company, My Path Consulting Services. Thank you, Miss Zuhaira Ali, the storyteller. She's actually the president of National Gifted Children and Talented Children Association, but she's also the specialist and education activist for Taman Pendidikan Raihan. Thank you, Rob Davies, the owner of Little G. We have, thank you, Professor Dr. Shubhash from Raintree Specialist Clinic. Thank you, Miss Deborah Gleason, Director of Percussion International. She's actually the Asia Pacific Program, Percussion International. Thank you, Dr. Frida Pilus, founder of Tobacco School Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. Khairuddin Surhami, Special Advisor to Shyielathy International President. Thank you, Miss Sharifah Mastura from Clinic Psychology from Oasis Place, Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Teh Lahun, PJ Strivers, Principal of SMK LaSalle. And of course, we do have today, we have to thank Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan. He's also the chairman of this convention. He's the Dean of City University. So today he's one of our speakers. We also have to thank Mr. Edwin, Nathaniel, and Dr. Tan Sui Chuan, who actually share with us what is right. And not forgetting Dr. Saiful, one of our speakers too. Dr. Saiful Amin bin Jalun. We have to thank Dr. Shyielathy Arumugam, Specialist Education Educator from UST and SMK Dato' Haji Abdul Wahab. We have to thank Tristan Makin, who is the co-founder and chairman of True Education Work, Ho Chi Minh City. And without all these people, the convention will not take place. And as I said, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. Stay tuned. Look out for us. We will have more program that is going to help parents and educators and children to take on the challenges for the future. Thank you, Dr. Saiful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wan Ling. Thank you, everybody. All good things, of course, must come to an end, but ending should not be that long. Too far apart to have the beginning of a new one. So thank you very, very much again. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Share, Mikanandri, Minum Sandipum, Abad Deka Hobet. And ending, of course, in Afrikaans, Ekeslief Veriau. Au revoir, everybody. Danke, ja. Okay, thank you, everybody. Gotta go. Au revoir. Assalamu alaikum. Chai Chen.